Dudes, it is a red letter day. No startup music today. It is a red letter day. I got a YouTube vid demonetized for playing the guitar too close to the original song. That the song got claimed on the automatic filter. Dude, I don't know about you. Like, I'm kind of pissed, but also that means I'm getting pretty good at playing the guitar. That's how I look at that. All right, that's pretty good, man. Like, it kind of blows, but hey, that's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. War Pigs got claimed, dude. The one that I sang to. I don't know what. I don't know. Okay. Does it count as a strike? No, just not monetizing. Nobody struck the channel. It was just demonetization because, yeah, it's automatic. Not. I can do it again. I'll do it again. Of course. No, yeah, that does suck. But also, I was playing the song. To be fair, like I think just demonetization is totally fair in that regard. Like, that's fine. That's fine. We were having fun. It's fine. It's okay. But also, that means your boy's getting pretty good at playing the guitar. The pigs go in the square hole. Yeah, it got auto-flagged, Drapo. I know because it happened, like, right after I shut the VOD off. I got the email last night. Like, so that was an automatic flag, which means my crappy cover of me singing over it was close to the original. Hey, all right. So I guess that cover wasn't so crappy after all, dude. All right. It's pretty good. Oh, boy. Also, I've noticed that CBS has copyright claimed my past, like, 4 Space News because, well, to be quite frank, them. But, yeah. That's nuts, dude. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I checked my email this morning and I'm like, really? That picked up on the automatic flag, dude. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know. Dude. I'm not even mad. What about your space news pertains to CBS? Nothing. We're most likely watching footage from a rocket launch, and the automatic filters think CBS is covering from the news. But then again, we did cover 60 Minutes the other day, but I did show 60 Minutes on stream, but I don't... Is 60 Minutes CBS? I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. The Flight 8 write-up appeared on the update page. Oh, yeah? Yeah, National Geographic claimed SpaceX's actual live stream. Yep. It's based more on the pattern of words, not the quality of singing. Dude, I guess it is. So, like, NSF was always like, don't even sing a song. It'll get demonetized. So, yep, nope, that proves that theory. Like, don't even hum a melody. Like, they'll get you. And you could demonetize, like, a really, like, high view video. I'm like, no, it won't. No, it will. No, all right. Yep, nope. Kevin was not wrong. It's so frick you can't even sing. I guess it sounds like Ozzy. I guess, like. Read the update. I don't know. Should I be reading Humble Pie, or should I be telling everybody
Discovery, go at throttle up.
that, we don't even know what the different failure modes were. We don't know if Flight 7 or Flight 8 failed for the same reason. I'm pretty sure that's what I said, like, a month ago. Space Pope, 7-month resub. Now you don't do enough drugs. Yes. No. Yes? All right. The new mission profile is here. Wicked. Yeah, we'll get out into the shop. I want to see the Starship update real quick, dude. KMR is rarely wrong except for ship 26. Yeah, you're right, David, but we can't tell him that. We can't tell him that. Yeah, to sound like Ozzy. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. What's up? Well, what's up is that we have an update here. I'm going to read this real quick and then we will get out into the shop. We got to finish grinding down my atrocious weld job on that frame rail extension. So, we'll get out to the shop in a second. But let's read this. Mark. Nice. Okay, so SpaceX posted this on their updates. May 22nd, 2025, fly, learn, repeat. On March 6, 2025, Starship's 8th flight test successfully lifted off at 5:30 p.m. Central from Starbase in Texas. All 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster started up successfully and completed a full duration burn during ascent. After powering down all but three center engines on Super Heavy, Starship ignited 6 of its Raptor engines to separate in a hot staging maneuver and continue its ascent into space. The Super Heavy booster then relit 11 of 13 planned Raptor engines and performed a boost back burn to return itself to the launch site. Once there, it relit 12 of the 13 planned engines for its landing burn, including one of the engines that did not start up before boost back burn. The 3 center engines continued running to maneuver the booster to the launch and catch tower arms, resulting in the 3rd successful catch of a Super Heavy booster. The most probable cause for engines not relighting during the boost back and landing burn phases was traced to torch ignition issues on the individual engines caused by thermal conditions local to the igniter. Interesting. Post-flight testing was able to replicate the issue, and engines on future flights will have additional insulation as a mitigation. Oh, sounds like the torch igniter got too cold. Interesting. I don't think it's too hot, guys. It's too cold. Starship's upper stage flew along its expected trajectory following separation from the Super Heavy booster. Approximately 5.5 minutes into its ascent burn, a flash was observed in the aft section of the vehicle near one of the center Raptor sea level engines, followed by an energetic event that resulted in the loss of the engine. Loss of the engine? Yeah, you could call it that. Immediately after, the remaining 2 center Raptor engines and one of the Raptor vacuum engines shut down, and vehicle control authority was lost. Telemetry from the vehicle was last received approximately 9.5 minutes into flight, or a little more than 2 minutes following the first flash observation, at which point all engines had shut down. Contact with Starship was lost prior to triggering any destruct rules for the autonomous flight safety system, which was fully healthy when communication was lost. It is expected that the AFTS fired upon loss of communication, ensuring vehicle breakup following the mishap. The vehicle was observed to re-enter the atmosphere and break apart following the loss of communication. Starship flew within a designated launch corridor to safeguard the public both on the ground and on water and in the air. Following the mishap, SpaceX teams immediately began coordination with the FAA, air traffic control, and other safety officials to implement pre-planned contingency responses. SpaceX worked closely with the Bahamian government. With the Bahamas government. And that's me. I can't pronounce that. Brain. And sent a team of experts to coordinate and execute cleanup efforts. All debris came down within the pre-planned debris response area, or DRA for short. There were no hazardous materials present at the debris and no significant impacts expected to occur to marine species or water quality. SpaceX led the investigation efforts with oversight from the FAA and participation from NASA, the National Transportation and Safety Board, and the United States Space Force. SpaceX submitted a mishap report to the FAA for review and received a flight safety determination from the FAA to enable its next flight of Starship. The most probable root cause for the loss of Starship was identified as a hardware failure in one of the upper stage center Raptor engines that resulted in inadvertent propellant mixing in ignition. Extensive ground testing has taken place since the flight to better understand the failure, including more than 100 long-duration Raptor firings at SpaceX's McGregor test facility. Well, now we know that those Raptors on the test stand that blew up were induced failure. That was on purpose. Those big fireballs that we saw, yeah, they were trying to replicate the failure mode. That explains that. Why are these engines poorly designed? Finn, it's not that the engines are poorly designed. It's that you're trying to push the envelope of physics at this point. No one has ever tried to make an engine like this. No one has ever tried to make this many engines all work together. You're in uncharted territory here. That's important to understand. I'll talk more about that in a second. To address the issue on upcoming flights, engines on Starship's upper stage will receive additional preload on key joints, a new nitrogen purge system, and improvements to the propellant drain system. Future upgrades to Starship will introduce the Raptor 3 engine, which will include additional reliability improvements to address the failure mechanism. While the failure manifested as a similar point in the flight timeline to Starship's 7th flight, it is worth noting that the failures are distinctly different. Oh, I freaking called that. The mitigations put in place after Starship's 7th flight to test after Starship's 7th flight test to address harmonic response and flammability of the ship's attic section worked as designed prior to the failure on Flight 8. Starship is designed to fundamentally change and enhance humanity's ability to reach space. This step change in capability won't happen overnight, and progress towards that goal will always come in leaps. But sometimes one small step. I see the play on words that Mr. SpaceX copy editor did there. I see what you did there. But by putting hardware into real-world environment as frequently as possible, while still maximizing controls for public safety, progress can be made to achieve that goal of flying a reliable, fully and rapidly reusable rocket. Yep, the best test stand is a test flight. Yep, we've been saying that for a long time now. Damn, did I call that or what? I said that on the flame trench right after Flight 8, dude. We don't know if it was the same failure. A lot of people were giving me crap for that. You don't know if it's the same failure. It's most likely not. Yep. So was Zach's video wrong? No, Zach's video wasn't wrong at all. The first thing that Zach says in his video, Rarest, actually Zach's correct. He's right. The first thing he says in that Pogo video is that this is based off of the assumption that Flight 7 and Flight 8 had the same failure. It's an assumption. But Zach very, very, very distinctly says that none of this video will make sense if 7 and 8 have different failure modes. He said that. He said that in his video. He's right. Zach's not stupid. He's very smart. That guy is one of the smartest guys that analyzes Starship that I know. Like, he is Alex tier. All right? Zach knows his stuff and he don't miss. You know what I mean? Zach's video is still perfectly suited to Flight 7. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, no, Zach's good. He wasn't wrong. He's actually right. Zach has been saying for a long time, and I agree with him. We kind of came to the same conclusion, but I think he knows more about this because he has a lot more experience in fluid management and stuff than I do. My fluid management extent is fixing the damn toilet in my house. But I digress. I mean, Zach's worked in the oil and gas industry for a long time. He knows about moving commodities around. That's what I mean, dude. Guy's really smart. He wasn't wrong. Zach has been saying for the longest time, and we don't know what the same failure. We don't know if Flight 7 and 8 have had the same failure mode. We don't know. So we shouldn't be assuming. And he said it, he said it in his video, dude. Guy's a freaking G, dude. All day. Do you think the ship will be visuable from Punta Cana, Dominican Republic next week when launched? It's possible. Yeah, sure. So, Flight 8, it sounds like someone They said hardware failure. Read previous. Make sure to look at the mission profile. Super Heavy has a lot going on. Morning, NX. All right, we'll read it. The 9th test of Starship is prepared to launch as soon as Tuesday, May 27th. The launch window will open at 6:30 p.m. Central. Yeah, net 27th. A live webcast of the flight test will begin around 30 minutes before liftoff, which you can watch here on X. No, okay, all right. You can also watch it. After completing the investigation into the loss of Starship on its 8th flight test, several hardware changes have been made to increase reliability. You can read the full technical summary on the mishap investigation, which we just did. The upcoming flight test marks a first launch of a flight-proven Super Heavy booster, which previously launched and returned on Starship's 7th flight. Kind of bumming that they're going to dunk Booster 14, because that's the first Super Heavy I saw land, but it is what it is. In addition to the reuse milestone, Super Heavy will fly a variety of experiments aimed at generating data to improve performance and reliability on future boosters. The Starship upper stage will repeat its suborbital trajectory and target objectives not reached on the previous two flight tests. Sorry, I got to read this sentence again. The Starship upper stage will repeat its suborbital trajectory and target objectives not reached on the previous two flight tests, including the first payload deployment from Starship and multiple re-entry experiments geared towards returning the vehicle to the launch site for catch. Super Heavy is designed to be fully and rapidly reusable, with future generations capable of multiple launches per day. To achieve this first ever reflight, extensive inspections took place following the booster's first launch to assess hardware health and identify where maintenance or replacement hardware was needed. Known single-use component. Jazos, what's up, man? No catch on Flight 9, yeah. Known single-use components like ablative heat shielding were replaced, but a large majority of the booster's hardware will be flight-proven, including 29 of its 33 Raptor engines. It's pretty good. Lessons learned from the first booster refurbishment and subsequent performance in flight will enable faster turnarounds of future reflights as progress is made towards vehicles requiring no hands-on maintenance between launches. That's crazy. The booster on this flight test is also attempting several flight experiments to gather real-world performance data on future flight profiles and off-nominal scenarios. To maximize the safety of launch infrastructure at Starbase, the Super Heavy booster will attempt these experiments while on a trajectory to an offshore landing point in the Gulf, and will not return to the launch site for catch. Following stage separation, the booster will flip in a controlled direction before initiating its boost back burn. This will be achieved by blocking several of the vents on the vehicle's hot staging adapter, causing the thrust from Starship's engines to push the booster in a known direction. Previous booster flips went in a randomized direction based on a directional push from small differences in thrust from Starship's upper stage engines at ignition. Flipping in a known direction will require less propellant to be held in reserve, enabling the use of more propellant during ascent to enable additional payload mass to orbit. After the conclusion of the boost back burn, the booster will attempt to fly at a higher angle of attack during its descent. By increasing the amount of atmospheric drag on the vehicle, a higher angle of attack can result in a lower descent speed, which in turn requires less propellant for the initial landing burn. Getting real-world data on how the booster is able to control its flight at this higher angle of attack will contribute to improved performance on future vehicles, including the next generation of Super Heavy. Cool. They're going to make it fly, baby. She's going to fly. You guys remember if you're an older viewer, you remember in Kerbal where we made that booster with the ring wing on it? We made it fly. That, but with super heavy. Not enough to land on a runway, but yeah, the more time this thing spends flying through the atmosphere, the closer you're going to get to terminal velocity. So that's more, that means you could slow down more in the atmosphere, and it needs less fuel to land. That fuel can be used to boost Starship further into space. Flying cigarette, man. That's what they're going to do, but with super heavy. The chines are good enough to mimic more or less lifting body characteristics, Hellfish. So they're going to make it fly. She's going to fly like the cigarette rocket. Finally, unique engine configurations will be demonstrated during Super Heavy's landing burn. One of the 3 center engines used for the final stage of landing will be intentionally disabled to gather data on the ability for a backup engine from the middle ring to complete. Cool. I'll read that again. One of the 3 center engines used for the final phase of landing will be intentionally disabled to gather data on the ability for a backup engine from the middle ring to complete the landing burn. The booster will then transition to only 2 center engines for the end of the landing burn, with shutdown occurring while still above the Gulf and the vehicle expected to make a hard splashdown. The Starship upper stage will again target multiple in-space objectives, including the deployment of 8 Starlink simulators, similar in size to the next-generation Starlink satellites. The Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship and are expected to demise upon entry. A relight of a single Raptor engine well in space is also planned. The flight test includes several experiments focused on enabling Starship's upper stage to return to launch site. A significant number of tiles have been removed from Starship to stress test vulnerable areas across the vehicle during re-entry. Multiple metallic tile options, including one with active cooling, will test the alternative materials for protecting Starship during re-entry. On the sides of the vehicle, functional catch fittings are installed and will test the fittings' thermal and structural performance. The entire ship's tile line also received a smooth and tapered The ship's entire tile line also received the smooth and tapered edge to address hotspots observed during re-entry on Starship's sixth flight test. Okay. Starship's re-entry profile is designed to intentionally stress the structural limits of the upper stage's rear flaps while at the point of maximum entry dynamic pressure. Developmental testing, by definition, is unpredictable. But by putting the hardware in a flight environment as frequently as possible, we're able to quickly learn and execute design changes as we seek to bring Starship online as a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle. Cool. Yeah, I mean, guys, this is a little bit of an extrapolation, but remember what I said about Booster 14. Like, people were like, you're really going to get rid of it? I'm like, that's the next iterative step. Get rid of it. Just make sure the booster can get to ascent. And then the next one you reuse, it'll do the ascent and it'll come back and land. The next iterative step in rapid reuse is just making sure that a booster that has flown before can do the ascent profile first. I mean, that's more or less what they did with Falcon 9. Pretty similar. Link? Yeah. Tapering the edge of the tiles is a very interesting decision. So, here. So if you look at the tile, right? It's kind of it's a beveled edge. See that? The taper that they're talking about is, if you look at the back side of the tile, see this? That's what they mean. They're doing that to the top of the tiles. At least that's what I'm understanding here. Don't ask where I got this. I'll use the 3D printed tile as an example. So if you look at the bottom, right? Look at the bottom edge of the tile right there. It's got that taper. It tapers in. This is a bevel. They're doing this on both sides of the tile. Like I said, that's an interesting design decision. I am not 100% sure, and forgive me, my lack of hypersonic knowledge. My lack of hypersonic flow over tile knowledge is kind of showing here. I don't understand why you would taper the front edge of this and how that's an improvement, considering the tiles need to butt up against each other and they need to form, not overlap, but they need to butt up against each other and form a solid edge. Tapering it is going to... Tapering the top sides of the tile is all that's going to do is just get plasma in these channels right here. I'm not sure why you would do that. They're talking about a smooth transition between the tiles and the tank wall, all at the edges of the heat shield. Oh, okay. Let me read that again. I'm misunderstanding. Because, yeah, tapering the tile like that doesn't make any sense. So, just disregard what I said for a second. Oh, the tile line. Okay, yeah, I missed that. The entire ship's tile line also received the smooth and tapered edge. Okay, so if there's metal right here, and this is the top tile, like this is where Starship's metal starts showing, the top tiles are tapered inward to make a smooth transition to the metal. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Yeah, you would do that because... You would do that for the exact same reason why beveling the top of these tiles makes no sense. You would do that because if you bevel the top of the tile, plasma is going to flow here and it's going to get trapped in the crease right here between the metal. By making a smooth transition, the plasma will just keep going. Plasma will get stuck. That's the thing about plasma. It like any cracks or any non-smooth surface, right? It'll get stuck there. Even if it's flowing this way, it'll swirl in and kind of get stuck in that area. So tapering the tile line makes a lot of sense. That's pretty smart. Plasma vortex. Yeah, pretty much. Gazer has a good picture. Yeah, we looked at this picture and I must have missed it. Yeah, see the taper? Okay. It's getting a low taper tile fade. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's just yeah, the transition from the windward to the leeward sides. That will... So, if you guys remember Ship 31, right? And once again, this picture's from Starship Gazer. Please go give Starship follow. Gazer takes some awesome pictures. See this right here? The plasma, like if you remember Ship 31, plasma got stuck up in here and all of this was really, really burnt. That stainless got pretty damn tempered. Is the black stuff next to the tiles thermal blanket? Yeah, it's a cilia backer if I'm remembering right, Yanix. I don't think that's just paint. Like it's been on previous starships. I think that's a cilia backer. So, yes, that's... Consider this to be like... Okay. Hold on. So, if we look at a picture of the shuttle... I mean, if you look at Columbia. Columbia's kind of a bad example because of... because it had more tiles. But if you look at the shuttle, right, you have your high heat resistant tiles, the HRSI tiles, which is black, and then you have the LRSI tiles, which are white. But that's not the only thermal protection system that the Space Shuttle had. It had a non-leeward flow thermal protection system for the backside. And you could see up on Columbia's nose right here, right below the crew windows, right here, you could see a form of thermal protection system that's not That's not tiles. That's Nomex. It's fire blankets. A cilia backer is a little bit different. That's not Nomex exactly. They're different things, but it's serving the same purpose. See last two. Yeah, the dragon undocking. That's cool, but we got to get to work on the car. I've always wondered how dimpling the larger surface with aeroflow is important. Would dimpling the tile faces allow plasma to flow better like a golf ball? No. Because you're in a compression stagnation point, Sean, it would hold the air there. Think like a splitter on the front of a car. It would do the opposite of what you think. Yeah, plasma doesn't work like that because we're not talking about plasma moving parallel to leeward flow, all right? This is what I mean about a splitter, right? If the splitter's on the front of a car, the air gets stuck there and forces the tires into the ground. If you have, like, beveled tiles like that, because remember, Starship is flying this way. We're talking about flow coming this way to it. And you're going to have a stagnation point right there. And when you're going hypersonic, that stagnation point basically fills up with plasma. So we're not talking flow sideways over the thing. We're talking perpendicular flow. So think, like I said, a front splitter. Not just the horizontal part of the splitter, but the vertical part holds the air there. That's what would happen. Because Starship doesn't re-enter nose first. It re-enters belly first, like the space shuttle. So you're not talking about flow coming this way. You're talking about flow coming that way. That won't help you. All that's going to do is get plasma, a lot more plasma to seep through the cracks. Is the cilia backer like tar paper? Guys, I'm guessing that's a cilia backer. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Cilia fibrous thermal protection system is usually white. It's usually like, it looks like fiberglass almost. Like fiberglass mixed with like a wool blanket, like I guess would be its consistency. I don't know what that is. It's some kind of backer for the tiles. I do know that, but I don't know exactly what it is. Also, something that I did notice, I mean, and that's the taper, but I've also noticed that the tiles are thicker in some spots over others, which is smart. The shuttle did that. The shuttle tiles are way thicker in certain areas over others because certain areas get hotter and you need a thicker insulator. You need a bigger tile. You home again? Yeah, I'm back. Hey, Tessa, how you doing? I'm guessing that's a cilia backing, but I don't know what that is for sure. It could be glued. It could be construction paper that they glued onto the side for all I know. Like, I'm not sure. I don't think Zach was convinced that they were the same Black Eagle. In his video, he says that the entire video is based off of the fact that Flight 8 may have had the same failure, but we don't know for sure. I mean, he said that right at the beginning of the video. Like, hey, Jens. Says, what's going on, guys? We got to get out into the garage. We got to get out into the garage. Also, that black like that is more emissive, so while it doesn't reflect as much heat, it'll emit a bunch of heat away too. There's no such thing as a one-way insulator. Yeah. Wasn't there supposed to be a press conference with Elon before Flight 9? Well, Flight 9 hasn't happened yet, so tentative. Yeah, but he said he would do something. He said he'd give an update. I don't know if that's a blader, guys. It could be. Could be a blader. Who knows? It's possible. It's hard to say. I don't know what that is. It's clearly in strips, right? Like, it could be cilia that they spray painted black, dude. Knowing SpaceX, they could have just taken the cilia backer because the white cilia backer looked ridiculous and spray painted it black. Like, that's how SpaceX rolls. Like, look at it. It's all different shapes and sizes. Like, that's not a straight edge. So it's clearly something that they're just putting on there to test. They could have just spray painted it black because it looked cool. I wouldn't put it past SpaceX. They've definitely painted parts of Starship with black paint before to make it look nice. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. W, you linked it already. CRS-32 is undocking now. You linked it already, asked me to see your last. I saw your last and replied to you, and then you linked it again. Like, I'm all for listening to you. I'm all for seeing your last, dude, but you have to see mine, too. This works both ways, brother. Cool. Maybe they have better contrast on video. Pados, that could be it, dude. It could just be so they can image it better. I mean, like I said, that just looks like the cilia backer. Like, it looks kind of rough. It looks like the cilia backing that they usually use, or whatever they're using. I don't even know if it's cilia for sure. I'm taking a guess. It looks like whatever they back the tiles with, but they just painted it. Because you could see there's strips of it right there. You could see the seams, and the seams look white. Like, I don't know. Sorry, it's all good, man. It's all good. You just got to bear with me, brother. I appreciate everything that you do, man. It also seems that right here, whatever this backing stuff is, it's a lot thicker. Because if you look at the taper on the tiles right there, that's a triangle. There's a triangle there too. So it seems like they beefed up thermal protection system, whatever this backing thing is, around the bulkhead, where the top of the methane tank attaches to the payload bay. It seems like they beefed it up. Because, once again, it's tapered out and then it's tapered in. Either that or it's just going around the stringers. I'm hoping Starship gets destroyed, but only on entry this time. I hate to be that guy, but the car needs work. It does, so, yeah. Dude, I could talk for the next 4 hours about that. But we'll talk about it more on Flame Trench. He said moron. We can talk about it more on the trench. Shouldn't be a big deal. I'm sure... I think Alex is going to be on the trench today, so I'm sure that we will have a long and lengthy, nerdy discussion on this. So if you want some meat and potatoes, watch that today. The hot staging ring is now a flame trench. Yeah. All right. Let's get out into the shop, guys, and start work. Sorry, if you're watching this on the car VOD, yeah, apologies. This was breaking news, and I wanted to talk about it real quick. But I have the shop and everything ready to go. It's noontime. Let's do this. I started early because of the press release, because I had a feeling we would talk about this right away. Well, we got a message. Might be important. Oh, Space Pub. Okay, we'll watch that later. All right, I'm gonna go out to the shop, guys. You are fired. Oh, I'm sorry. Please put not safe for work in the title. This beauty is missing some clothing still. Yeah, we'll get it back together. At least I won lunch. All right, let's roll. All right. Do we have acquisition of signal from the garage? A little delayed. Is the delay good, bad, good, bad, good, bad? Five by five over on YouTube. All right, we got the pop out over there happening. There we go. All right. Seems okay. Clap one more time. Delay is delay, neither good nor bad, simply is. All right, let me give this a quick restart, just to be sure. I'll be back 1 second. All right, how are we now? Okay, cool. So let's get to this. All right, so, oh, what the hell's wrong with this thing? Hold on. Hello? That's better now, jeez. That was weird. Okay, we're good. All right, so where we last left off was we got that bit of frame rail replaced. At least we got a piece of metal in there. We also figured out that I am not the best welder around. We will be fixing that over time. But while my welds are nothing to look at, they are structural. It's strong. It's not going anywhere. So we got to grind down that abomination of weld that's on the frame rail. And then we got to bend the frame rail and start shaping the ears and whatever. Your welds are better than most. Yeah. So, yeah. I have not bought the new leaf spring perch yet for the left-hand frame rail, but let's finish everything up on the right, the passenger side frame rail, and then we'll go from there. Have you got welding gas? I did not buy any more welding gas. I have not, yeah, we have 20 bar left in the tank right now. I was hoping that we could probably get it to the weekend, have enough for the weekend, and then go from there. You're on Grindr now? What's your username? Who wants to know? Anyway. All right, so let's get these frame rails figured out. Let's finish fabbing this up, and we'll see what we can do. So I cut off the very back of the frame rail. Big Boston rocket. That's awful. So this was the back of the frame rail, at least one part of it. There should be another piece here. Take a look. That's what we cut out. We had to cut out all this. The end of the frame rails should be right here. You clearly see that this has seen better days. Yeah, it's and we've been replacing it. Let me get the camera set up to show you. What we've been replacing. So that's where we're at right here. So we've been replacing this piece with this piece. That is a piece that we did end up bending, but everything, yeah, it's good. Like I said, the welds are pretty bad, but I did learn a lot about how, like, you should go about welding, like making sure that you can see what the hell you're welding. Once I figured that out, this got a little bit easier. Now, this frame rail piece has backing plates behind it, right? There's a plate that goes from about here to here in the back, right? You can see it right there. And it's plug welded to the original frame rail in 3 spots, and then it's plug welded to our frame rail replacement piece in 3 spots there. And then I seamed it on top of that. I seamed stitch welded it by just going dit, 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 and not doing trying to do a weld. The reason why is because I tried to weld it. I tried to weld it in a seam, like tried to seam weld it by taking the welder and doing, you know, going back and forth and going down this, and I actually missed. You can see where I laid a really, really nice bead of weld, but it started right and then it moved in a different direction. The seam goes straight down, it doesn't go off to the right. So, you know, I'll get better over time, but also I like made sure that the plug welds are nice and solid here and here. This thing is not going anywhere, it's just nothing to really look at. I also bent the frame rail flange into position with the hammer and dolly, which I like doing this way. You don't have to do this way, but I liked it because I had something to pick up on. Like I could see, like, okay, that's where this needs to be. Let's hammer this into position. And we did. We still need to work on the back end because this is, as you can see, the edge right here is nice and flat, and then it kind of bevels right there. We don't want that. We want it to be nice and flat the whole way. You can see the frame rail flange kind of goes up over here. It goes up that way. We got to bend that down and then work on the this corner piece with the hammer and dolly. But first thing we got to do is get in here and grind all this out. I got to get the flap disc out. We got to get the gloves out, and we got to get rid of all this caca. And then we got to see how much of our stitch weld and plug welds actually made it through and is adhering this. I have a feeling that it's most of it, but got to make sure. So what I got to do is we got to get the grinding wheel, the flap. I'm going to use the flap disc because the grinding wheel shoots sparks everywhere. The flap disc does too, but it doesn't do it as much. So yeah, I got to get in here and we got to make this all nice and smooth to make it look like it's one piece. Then I got to use my remaining welding gas to get the seam on the frame rail flange right, but I won't weld that in before we get this right. So we got to grind all this off. I got to bend this right into position, zap it there, grind that flat, and then do that to the other side. That's what we have about 4 hours to do. So let's get to it. That seam weld is looking artistic. Like I said, it's nothing to look at. That I fully acknowledge that that is not rolling dimes. It is a terrible freaking weld. It doesn't look great, but it's holding it. It's holding it. I got the welder settings right. I just can't weld. But the only way you get better at welding is just do it. So I did. Should probably have some practice panels, but practice panels cost money. So we'll practice right on the car. I'm not worried about getting it, get it right or wrong on the car. Your weld's on the car side, whatever. No one's going to see that frame rail. And if we grind it down flat anyway to make it look like it's one thing, how the weld looks doesn't matter. Answer your FaceTime. Did you wait until I got out into the shop and started to try and get to work, you know?
Hi.
Hey, what's up? You're on stream.
I know I am.
Okay.
Mom and I are looking at this tree for in between, in the front yard. Outside the pink bedroom window.
Okay.
But she's worried about the roots getting in the house. I don't think you have to. You got that basement. That's true.
You don't want trees too close to the house because it's going to hold water against the foundation. You need something that's going to absorb the water, but you don't want something to hold it in place. Roots will hold the water there.
Japanese willow.
It gets like 7
I'm
feet
talking to
high.
myself here.
I can't
Didn't
hear you.
didn't even listen. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
You're saying things to chat. And
Yeah.
You're not saying them to me.
That's not pertinent.
It gets 7 feet tall. You know what? Why don't we put it on hold and you guys come back and look at it tomorrow?
Okay.
Well, like I said, I'm just worried. I mean, that's a small tree, but you don't want a tree growing too close to the house. Because if it grows too close to the house, the roots are going to hold water. And if they hold water, right, you're holding water next to the foundation and it's going to cause erosion. We just had to deal with this
Dream
problem.
Smasher, that's what I'm calling you now.
Dream
All right.
smasher. Okay.
I will go home and I will research because I don't know how much of it is a tree versus like a very well pruned bush. So
Okay.
I will look.
All right. I'm going to get back to work, okay?
All right, I love you. Is Chet mocking me?
No, they're saying it's EJ's landscaping and hydrology review. And they're calling it a shrubbery now.
All right. Sorry. I didn't want to spend $200 on a tree before I consulted you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I do the same with car parts, so it's good.
I know you do. So sorry, Chet.
Yep. All right. I'll see you later.
All right, love you. Bye.
Bye. It's going to be that kind of day, huh? All right. Okay. Okay. Just don't really understand spending money on a damn tree. You can just take an acorn and put it in the ground for nothing. But whatever, that's just me. If I could grow metal in the backyard, I would, you know. Did you mount the Ligma shocks on the car? No, I mounted these shocks on the car though. An aluminum tree would be great. Oh, if we could, yeah, we can get like an aluminum tree and a steel bush, a steel plant, that'd be great. That'd be really useful. All right, let's go. Let's get to work. I'm gonna put my jacket on. We'll get the gloves, get everything. Can't, they're out of season. Damn. Damn it. Everyone needs to do a gardening plant stream. Yes. I'll take a money tree. I think a metal tree would be more useful. But, you know, whatever. The means of production creation is more useful than the currency. Or something. Or something like that. Or something like that. So let's go. No, let's stay. And the three of you can light dog poop on my living room floor. Money tree to buy the metal tree. Is it on your list to do some rust proofing while you have access to the frame? Yeah, that's the last thing we did on stream the other day, dude. I hit this thing hard with rust converter all the way down the frame rail. I don't know if that's showing up on camera though. See? We rust converted the hell out of this thing. Yeah, and it came out pretty good. That frame rail's pretty mint. I still have to, the frame rail flanges, I gotta grind those down, or I gotta clean those off, and we gotta hit them with steel the flanges where we're welding to. But yeah, I just caked the whole thing in rust converter first. But yeah, that's where we're at. All right, let's get the grinding wheel out and we will go from there. All right. Didn't really clean up after the 10 hours that we did in the shop the other day. We did a lot of work here, man. I think it actually made me feel pretty damn good, because that shows that we can bust out I can bust out 12 hours in the shop. That actually, yeah, I was pretty happy about that. Yeah, you know what? This flap disc is not happy. This one has more meat on it. This one has more meat on the bone. Okay, so I'm using a flap disc. The flap disc is used with the grinding wheel to take off a little bit of metal at a time. The grinding wheel itself, which is this one, this takes off the most. I'm just going to use the flap disc. This thing was shooting sparks into the back wall of the garage, where I have oil and a bunch of other things that are flammable. So, yeah. Let me get the gloves on, and we'll start on this rail, trying to get it nice. Once again, I got hearing protection on, and I don't know, should we wear the, it's always hit or miss with, the gloves. You know what, I don't like wearing gloves with something that rotates next to my hands. Get rotated, idiot. So we're just gonna go. Ready? You guys ready? Headphone users, this thing gets really loud. I'll give you 10 seconds. All right, here we go. Headphone users, headphone users. Last call. Hope you're not in a meeting. Trying to get this flat. Yeah, there's a lot of crap that we need to get at. Let's see if we can zoom in for you guys a little bit. Get it nice. You just got to get it flat, and I got to make sure that my plug weld, so like I drilled a hole right here, and then I filled it with weld to get this thing nice and strong. I got to make sure that we filled that entire thing with weld. I'm pretty sure I did, because there's weld splattered all around it, but we got to be sure. Let's just focus on the top one for now. Try to get this sucker nice and flat. When we get this ground down, you shouldn't even know that there's a plug weld there. It should just look like one piece of metal. Not bad. Looks like I missed a tiny little spot there on the edge, but other than that, we're pretty good. That's fine. Cool. Fill it with glue. You didn't warn the earbud user, just kidding. All right. Bad Chat is doing a series of VODs right now. Lots of metal work going on. Yeah. Dude, there's plenty of, yeah, Peter, I know Bad Chat. There's plenty of resources out there, dude. That's where I learned, to be honest. Like, I ain't ashamed to say that I learned from the internet. Like, that doesn't bother me. But the internet's only going to teach you theory, you know? It's not going to teach you how to go out and do it with your hands. So at some point, you got to get in here. This flap disc is losing steam real fast. You see how shiny it is? It's not supposed to be shiny. Let me see if I can find another one with more meat on the bone. If I don't have another one with more meat on the bone, we're probably going to have to get the grinding wheel out. Yeah. Oh, come on, tell me I got something. All these facilities, and you make a piece of crap like this. You can't say that. It is a Ferrari. No, it is a piece of crap. Lewis Hamilton, probably. Did you guys see that Stroll? Yeah, oh, not Stroll. You see that Charles Leclerc? How did you guys see how he lost his wing? It was totally Leclerc's fault, right? In FP, what was it? FP2 this morning. You see that? Yeah, no. Charles lost his wing. It's not that Lance Stroll drove in front of him. The welds look pretty good, honestly. You don't need to be nice to me, dude. I appreciate it, but you're not paying attention to the blue flag right in front of him. That's what I'm saying, dude. All right, this is the grinding wheel. We just got to be careful with this thing. This thing shoots sparks like a melon farmer. It also shoots sparks onto your hand. Just an FYI. Man, I like the flap disc better than this thing. Just an FYI, I'm not trying to be a wise guy. It's pronounced Leclerc. Yeah. Yeah, dude, all that's going to do is just make me want to say it wrong more. So now it's Legruck. Okay? Now that's what we call him. Charles Legruck. It's Legruck. Yeah, dude, I know. It's just, that's my American accent, dude. But now he's Legruck because you said something. So now we have referred to him as Monsieur Legruck. It's getting there. Yeah, see, there's a little pinhole right there in that plug weld, but that's okay. Actually, that's sealed up pretty good, man. I'm not seeing many pinholes. I mean, that's what happens when you just do the welding equivalent of hitting it with a hammer repeatedly. It's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. It looks a lot easier on TV shows. Yeah, they don't show all this stuff, man. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really think I'm going to be able to get at that stuff up there without getting into the frame rail. What we're going to have to do is I'll leave this bracing piece here. We'll build out the back of this, right? Build out the back of this, and when we get this all welded back into place, then I can get at the rest of this with the grinding wheel. We can get at it at in a different direction. Yeah, because I'm not going to be able to get the grinding disc in there. Couple of pinholes here and there, but that's actually pretty damn good. I mean, not, it's good enough. It's good for me. Pretty damn good for me, okay? Okay. That side is pretty decent for what it is. Like, once again, I'm not going to be able to get at the rest of this stuff before we get rid of this thing. Oh, I should take that off. We should take that off. Hold on. But yeah, that should be okay. You know what? I'm going to go back to using the flap disc, what's left of it, so we can kind of clean that up, make it look nice-ish. I mean, yeah, the TV shows and stuff don't show you that this thing's shooting metal in your face and on your hands and everywhere else. All right, so I got the flap disc back. See how it's shiny around here? It's kind of wasted. The inner part has still some meat, but this should be okay. See, that gives it a little bit of a nicer finish. There's a little bit of a pinhole right there, but other than that, we're all right. Ooh, okay, let's stop. We started burning the metal. We started heating it up. Okay, we're good. Let's not touch that side anymore, at all. You don't want to introduce too much heat. How confident are you in your welds? Meaning, I wouldn't trust myself. If I remember, you haven't done a ton of welding before. Just curious, your thoughts, since it's a major component of the car. These welds are good enough. It's good. They don't look good, but they're strong. I know they're strong. I know they're strong because we got good pen on the back. I'm confident enough in my welds to know that this is not going anywhere. Seriously, this is part of the car now. It's not moving. The plug welds, no pinholes in the plug welds right there, except for that little guy right there. Other than that, that is, you know, once we get this brace out, when I rebuild the back of the car, we can grind this all flat, and yeah, it's part of the car. I'm confident enough, Corzy. I'm okay with it. 100% real. I'm not just saying that. I'm confident enough that I would be able to stitch this correctly. And we have. Like, this is not, dude, once I get the frame rail flange bent, if I wasn't so worried about the frame bending down, I would stand on this thing. I would trust it. Yeah, the disc burned into the metal a little bit. You're introducing too much heat, May. You don't want to do that. You'll start warping the metal. That's not what we want. So, but see, like up here, I don't know if you could see that, Cors. Here, hold on. So, Corzy, here, let me show you. So if you look at the back, right? See the back of the plate. So I welded over here. See the back of the plate? See how it's burned? It's burned in the 3 spots, 1, 2, and 3, where the plug weld is, where the plug welds are. We got good pen, meaning our weld went through this, but it didn't blow through it. That's how I know this is strong. Dude, I'm telling you, if I wasn't worried about bending the entire frame back, I would stand on this thing right now. Like, we could put a jack right here. I'll stand on it. I know it's strong. It's not going anywhere. That, and somebody in chat would have told me if it wasn't strong enough. No one has said that, dude. So that's my other kind of marker for knowing. Nobody said that. No, don't do that. That's not a good idea. You know, which tells me that, yeah, we're on the right track. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's not my only measure of success there. I know enough about welding to know. Like, I can weld, dude. I can spot weld, no problem. Like, not spot weld. I can plug weld just fine. All you got to do is just zap it there and just do a circle, and then you're good to go. Like, I know how to plug weld. I'm confident in my plug welds, yeah. It's just seam welding I'm kind of ass at, as evidenced by over here. Oh, that's hot doo-doo. But it doesn't look nice, but it's going to work. I don't know if we can, yeah. See how these look like boogers? Like I said, booger welds, dude. See those? Those are booger welded, but it's also, we also got good pen on the back, so I know it's not going anywhere. Now somehow, I got to get the grinding, that flap disc in here, and we got to sand all this smooth. Which, you know, that's going to suck. But also, my stitch weld that I did there, see it penned? It penned through. That's your telltale to make sure that you're good, getting good penetration with the welds. Yeah. Your grandfather called it a dirt dauber. Yeah. New question. By welding, you melt metal into the right position. An electrical arc melts metal. Yeah, like the welder has a wire feed. Pigeon, here, let me show you. The welding gun has a little wire feed in it. And now it shoots an electrical arc through the wire feed and basically atomizes, or not atomizes, it ionizes that metal arc, and the metal, it instantly melts the metal, and the metal turns into basically liquid for a split second, and you can use it to meld stuff together. You're a regular farmer. The welds always look terrible, but they hold. Creation, those welds ain't going nowhere. Like I said, if I wasn't worried about actually bending the entire frame down, because there's nothing holding this frame in place except for, it's not structural enough to stand on because there's nothing under it. You know, once we get the trunk floor and the back fascia and everything back together, dude, I'll step into the trunk and I'll show you that those welds aren't going anywhere. But yeah, Corsi, I'm confident enough. These are good enough. They don't look great, but they're good enough. Like you're not going to see me posting on Instagram about how good my welds are. These are objectively terrible. Like, they're terrible looking. The technique is wrong, but the weld is okay. Yeah, dude, that's not going nowhere. It's part of the car. That is, for all intents and purposes, more frame rail. So I got to get in there with the flap disc. I'm not really sure how we're going to get that thing in there. I might need to get the Dremel out and get in there with the Dremel. The Dremel has grinding wheels on it, I think. The flap disc will do more. We can do more damage because it has a bigger surface area. But well, let me see. I got the Dremel out now. Everybody reel until EJ gets the Dremel out. I'm going to put we got a grinding wheel here. I can make that work. All right, let's put the collet from the Dremel back in, put the locking piece in, and then screw the locking piece to the collet. All right, so check this out. I got a little mini baby grinding wheel. We should be able to get in there with that Dremel. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. I might want to flap disc most of this, but it's okay. This should work. You know, fellas, that did not do what I wanted it to do. That's probably not the right bit for that. You know, that bit did things that were not correct to do. You did things that are not correct to do. I am strong man with happy feelings. First a joke. Maybe we get the die grinder out. I don't know. We are going to plan B question. A question. Charles, what do you want for dinner? Question. Why did you not buy me dinner last night? Charles, I know you're in the middle of a race, but where is my linguine, Charles? Charles. Yeah, this one might be more. You know what? I'm getting the flap disc out. Frick this. We can use that if we can't, for what we can't get at with the flapping disc. Give me the flap disc. Give me the flap disc, chat. Just use the real grinder. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Have some. Yeah. I don't like, you know, me being right here in the plane of the grinding wheel. So you know what? You guys are going to get in the plane of the grinding wheel. All right. Cool. Sweet. Great. Grand. Wonderful. Yeah, that thing got stuck. It stuck itself in there. You know what? Maybe those plugs can just kind of stay where they are. I cannot get that in there. That's what she said. Yeah, there's just really, now that I'm really looking at it, there's no way to get at that. I might just leave them and then just coat them. No one's going to see that anyway. And I know it's, once again, I know it's strong. That's the most important part. Freaking balls. Yeah, the disc bound up and it got stuck in there. I'm not, I don't feel like cutting a finger off on stream, so. Carbide bird time. Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. Where's the drill? The drill might be able to do it better. You know, like, let's actually test it before. You know, like if I have the burr on this thing. A hand file would fit in that corner. I mean, with how much weld I put on this thing, Kralani, I don't. The drill could get at it. Yeah, let's get the burr set out. Screw it. Just see if we can make them not look like awful, you know. A die grinder would be the right tool here, but I don't have one of those. So this is a tungsten carbide burr. That should be good to grab at this stuff. Let's see what she does. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like how it's getting caught. I was, you know, I had it like this and it got caught and it, yeah, you know, I don't need this thing spinning and my hands going into something that's sharp. I'm good. I'm just gonna coat the hell out of that and steel it and call it a day. Like I said, no one, if anybody looks up in there, I'll be very wondering why. Oh my God, he redid the frame rail ends. What an idiot. Like, yeah, whatever. All right, cool. There's a little bit of a nice bead there. We could probably do the bottom too. I don't think I sealed up the bottom completely, but what I want to do is bend this frame rail flange in. Yeah, we'll bend the frame rail flange now. Try to get that all lined up and see if we can zap the top in. Does it matter? No, it doesn't, Pigeon. What matters is that it's strong, and it's strong. It ain't going nowhere. That's what I care about at this point. I know my welds suck. Whatever, it happens. I'll get better at it. When we do a Concours d'Elegance, restoration of a 70 Super B or something, then we'll worry about that, okay? All right, so I'm just gonna spray a bunch of Steel It up in there on those welds because it's bare metal. And we'll go from there.
Hi.
Hey, Bree.
You hate me?
No.
Okay, well, I think you don't have to buy the tree.
Okay. Okay, that's good. You came up with a better solution than the tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's cheaper, too.
Cheaper. We bought something.
No. Well, yeah, but we got a shepherd's hook and we put a hanging basket on it.
Okay.
What?
Nothing. I said okay. Jesus.
That was a... Okay, I guess.
Okay.
I'd give you a kiss, but I can't. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
I know it was about a stupid tree.
You were merely adopted into the trees. I was born into them.
Molded by them.
Mwah.
Mwah.
Kiss my respirator.
Mwah.
Mwah. Kiss my
This is
respirator.
weird.
Why don't you kiss my respirator? Sorry.
Alright, I'll let you do whatever.
She requires a shrubbery. Well, here, come here, look. I'll show you. So, like I said, this looked all poopy doopy, but we've grinded that off, and now it looks like it's one piece.
Cool. So less poopy doopy.
Less poopy doopy, but it's
Nice.
strong, so that's all I care about, like I said.
Very nice.
All right,
Alright.
I gotta spray the paint.
Oh, okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Unless you want to smell this paint, it smells awesome.
I mean, I'm sure it does, actually, but I don't have a respirator, so...
Yeah, that would be unsafe.
Whatever.
Bye-bye.
Alright,
Love you too. Let go, Luke. That was a little too much, but you know, it's good. It's fine. Spray the can upside down in our paint booth over here. Clean out the tip. Clean out the tip of the paint. God dang, does that stuff smell good? It has no business. Why is stuff that's bad to inhale, why does it smell good? It smells like candy. It's so stupid. Why didn't they make it smell like butthole or something? I don't know. All right. I want that paint to dry. And I want it to dry faster. We will get the heat gun. I'm just doing this to get it to set a little bit. rebuilding, rebuild. Oh, don't hit it. Don't hit it. You're gonna screw up your awesome paint job or something. Okay, so now let's bend that frame rail flange down. Curing, rebuilding, rebuilding, curing. Smells like a vertical bacon sandwich, yeah. What exactly is the Steal-It spray? It's weld through primer. That's what it is. It's primer with metal flake in it. It protects metal, it primes the metal so you don't have bare metal and you could weld to it. So like if you're working on something, you hit it with the Steal-It primer, you don't have to worry about it flash rusting and you could still weld to it. That's all Steal-It is. Okay, how did I do this before? I think I used an adjustable wrench. Adjustable wrench to get your initial bend and then the hammer and the duali. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, I need to bend this top piece of metal to here. What you do, you go in here like this and you just make sure that this thing is just bend a little bit. Bend a little bit at a time. With every bend, show a little improvement. To show it all would take too long. That's called a montage. It takes a montage. Oh wait, we can't do that. We could get claimed. Montage. Keeps doing it. All right, so that's good enough. You don't want to try to bend the whole thing at once. But now I'm gonna get the hammer and dolly out again, and we'll get the rest of this, make it look right. Let's see, gotta find the right edge. We can use this flat edge up in here. It's going to be hard to get the dolly piece in there, so you don't need to use the dollies as a dolly. You can use other things. I have some flat stock steel over here that will give me the shape that I'm looking for. I said I have some flat stock steel over here that I definitely didn't put down in a weird spot and now I can't find it. But I have it over here somewhere. Not again. Why does this keep happening? This is the other part that like a YouTube video of this doesn't show you. It doesn't show that you have to go, find the damn friggin' tool and then figure out where the hell you put it. What means they come here, they no buy, nobody buys. They come here and mess up my store. Hey. Where's that flat stock, man? It's gotta be around here somewhere. Put a jack under it, the metal is bouncing too much. Yeah. Okay, we can do that. I found my flat stock, by the way. So this is just flat stock, it's solid steel. So I can put the solid in there and then we're getting there. It's still a little crooked. This is where the hammer and dolly will come back in handy here. See, we gotta get that edge nice and, we gotta get the flange nice and flat. So this is where this is gonna come in. So take this. Like how it overlapped the original frame rail right there, but yeah, all right, well. Getting there. It looks like when it bent, it's probably from me not welding this thing in completely straight, it's a little bit off. We started overlapping against the rail there, and I'm not sure I'm okay with that. It's going to be hard to level the rest of this, but trying to get a torch strike while the iron is hot. Well, isn't it? It's steel, though. Trying to shore up that edge. We're not perfectly level. It's close, though. Let me get that wrench, the adjustable again. Pretty damn flat. Yeah, this thing came in a little bit crooked. When we welded it in, it moved. It moved slightly this way. So that's not a big deal. It's that also could just be my bends aren't like perfect, but should be good enough. All right. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Like, you're glancing at it from afar. Looks like a frame rail to me. So what I'll do with the angle grinder is we'll just section this and make it look straight, and then section that, just zap a little bit off either side, make it look straight, and then zap in there, and then we should be good. Like I said, it's not gonna look nice. What we bolt to it will look nice, but what we bolt to it will be in front of it and on top of it, so you won't see it. Remember, metal is elastic, so you have to overbend a hair for it to rest where you want. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I didn't really bend it how I wanted to there. It didn't crease that how I wanted, and what ended up happening is the frame rail flange kind of bent this way a little bit. So I bent it that way instead of bending it this way. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Like I said, as long as it's structural, I'm fine with it. We just need to do a little bit of surgery with the angle grinder here. That's okay. It's not a problem. And then I got to weld up this gap right here. Pour salt water on it and add lightness. It will work. I'm trying to think how I could crease that a little bit better. How could we do it? Okay, you know what? I got an idea. Get my hammer. No. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that's creasing it. That's doing what I want. I was gonna say maybe we could. I'm just trying to get this flat, guys, so I want it to be nice and flat. So when we go to weld to it, we can weld to it. And that just involves getting that crease piece right there. Nice. Yeah. Okay. It's pretty good. I'm trying to think of a good way to hit this. just not a, it's just a weird spot, dudes. That's fine. It's good. It's good where it is. We got to do some stuff with the grinder here, or with the cutoff wheel again. And then from there, it's trying to bridge the gaps, grinding it again, and going from there. Tranquility Base here.
I'm loving this IRL my summer car stream. Needs more beer and vodka though.
Oh yeah? How much was that? I didn't see it. I couldn't see it. I was off screen. $5. All right. Yeah, how many times have I said it's good enough? That's more me just telling myself it's good enough, because it is. It is good. It's fine. It's fine. That's just me telling my brain that it doesn't look like, it's not perfect. So it sucks, you know, like, don't worry about it. The disappointment, I guess Big Daddy Streambucks doesn't need himself some fivers. Shut up. Sewer rat, shut up. Shut up. Funny thing is, most of this I learned way back in fabrication, welding back in high school in 05-06. Yeah, man. It's involved, but we'll get it. Yeah, no, me saying it's good enough is just me telling, that's not for your entertainment, that's just more me telling myself that, you know, it doesn't need to be perfect. And that point cannot be reiterated enough. I'm not trying to make it look like a frame-off rest hill. I'm trying to get it structural so we can, you know, have a back of the car that doesn't look like it's been at the bottom of the ocean. It's kind of important. I just don't know how I got that thing to bend so well on one side and not the other. I don't know what I did. But it's okay. We can always zip it in and zip it out. All right, Dave. Zippity-doo-dah. Okay, so now I'm going to mark basically where what I need to cut at with the grinding wheel. We got to be a little bit surgical now. That's straight on to the frame rail. So, there. Just there we go. And now with this side, where is the original piece? With this side, the frame rail has a little bit of a thingamajigger right there. See how it wedges out? I don't know what that's for. I don't really care, but what I will do is make sure that it's there. So what we'll do on this side is square up to the rail. Do it this way, moron. I didn't leave enough space to do the notch, really, but I'll draw a line at 45 right here. To see if we can zap that in correctly. And then we gotta zap a little bit over here. All right, that should get that all squared up. Like I said, this is a little bit of a roundabout way of doing this, but if I knew how to operate the metal brake better, we wouldn't have to do this. But we're here, so let's do it. All right, let's get the flap disc off of the grinding wheel, or off of the angle grinder, and we'll put the cutoff wheel. Put the cutoff wheel back on. I heard somebody beep the horn outside. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Someone beeped the horn. Outside the garage. And there's nobody there. That was weird. No one's there. Dude, I could have sworn there was a horn. Freaking whatever. All right. Let me get the jacket back on. Could have been the ice cream truck. Yeah, maybe. It was a bird. I wish I was a bird. How are you? Fine, thank you. Oh my God. Okay, let's get at this. How do we want to do this? Yeah, that'll work. There we go. That's that. So I got that side. Now we just gotta getting a little bit of burr left out over here. There we go, I got it. Now just make the angle. All right, well that side's good. Now we just got to lop off a little bit on this side. just trying to get the frame rail flanges straight. I got a good amount of it there. Almost got all of it. Shouldn't use the back side of the cutting wheel to do that. Switch places with me, chat. There we go. Just sectioned off a couple of pieces and now looks a little bit more straight. That edge, it's a little bit of an optical illusion. The right side flange is making it look like it's bent, but it's not. It really makes it look like it's going that way, but it's straight. Just got to tighten up that damn edge. How the hell are we going to do that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, when I put this piece on, it moved a little bit that way when I welded it in. That's okay though. It ain't no problem. But we got it right. That's good. It's good enough. There's me telling myself it's good enough again. It is. Not just doing that to make myself feel better. I mean, maybe a little bit. But, you know, whatever. It's good. Okay. Okay, so we got the welds ground down on this side. We got the frame rail flanges bent. We just got to weld up the seams of the rails right there. Come on in here, chat. See the little seams right there and there? We just got to weld those up. Well, you stitch weld the backer plate front side. You welded it only in the plug welds and the back side. Yeah, we could lay weld in here and in here. That'll strengthen it up. I'm not sure about getting it down in there. But yeah, we could stitch it right here and right here. That should work. I'm more concerned about getting the seams welded. The reason why I zipped in here with the angle grinder is because this was overlapping a little bit. Try to weld wherever you can reach. Okay. Yeah, we can get up in there, we can get up there. I could go down the back side here, and go down the back side there. I don't have a problem with doing that. I'm just not sure I have enough gas, but we'll see. All right, it's time to weld. This bend could have been better. I did the same thing that I did last time. I'm just not sure why it is the way that it is. Why that didn't come out as good. Maybe I didn't take my time as much as I wanted. Either that or it's probably just the reach. It's probably really, it's tough to reach here because the leaf spring is there. Lucky for you, that channel will hold the gas well. All right, yeah, I'll get the welder out now. And we'll graft we'll finish the grafting process. We are but a surgeon using arcs of weld, arcs of electricity and weld to bend physics to our will. You can get more gas from air gas. Yeah, I know, Clayton, but that doesn't help me right now. I know where I can get more gas. Where do you think I got the gas from in the first place, dude? I know I can get more gas. If I run out of gas in the middle of the stream, I'm kind of boned. And I haven't had time any time this week to go get it because I've been streaming too much. Oops. Plasma cutter scalpel. Still feeling good about beating Artemis 2 with this thing? Yeah. Yeah. Hammer, I had a feeling this was going to get involved. I had a feeling. But it's an unknown unknown. But a known unknown is that I knew that there were a lot of unknown unknowns, if that makes any sense. I knew this was going to be involved, and I knew this was going to be a process. But that's why I'm doing a lot of streams. I've done the most auto streaming in the past like month than I have in a long time. You are a car surgeon. Gas dash when. Dude, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, Hellhound. Gas dash. Like DoorDash, but with welding gas. Oh, you need welding gas? We need welding gas on a job? Bingo. There you go. Let's make an app, dude. Let's do it. It's a good call. Will I be on Flame Trench today? Yes. Texas has that? Damn it. I knew it was too good to be true. I mean, that exists. Balls. Well, there goes our idea. Well, it was Hellhound's idea. It wasn't mine. Yeah, small scale. That's just called a welder. Just gotta make sure I can do that. That's important, not just because it's funny, but because I need to be able to do that when my hands are in position holding the welder. You need to be able to bring it down. Sick helmet though. Proper squirt is an important function. Yes, I agree. Okay, let's get started, shall we? Grounding strap is on. Let me switch the cameras. Is that helmet supposed to look cool? Well, yeah. This is the helmet we use to control the electrical arc and bend it to our will. Welder's on. System is pressurized. Stage 2 welding tanks pressing for flight. Okay, gas is on. Where's my cutter? And you, I'll take my cutter back. All right. So what I'm going to do, is get in here. We're going to get in here, and we're going to get in here. We're going to seal those up. All right, let's do what we were doing the other day. Just chill, relax, take your time between welds. I'm still learning how to do this, so that might be a little bit harder to bridge. It's pretty wide, but let's see if we can get her done. Okay. Nope, I missed. Good start for the day. Hell yeah. Just wait. We'll just wait a second. Try pushing the welding puddle. Okay. We blew through. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I blew through the weld. I blew through some of it. Let's just do the other side first. Yeah, we blew through. I'm going to turn the voltage down. Balls. Blew through on both sides. I should have known. But once again, like I said, amateur mistake. All right, now we just have to be careful so we don't blow through anything. Ready? Like that. Turn down my feed. If you arc too much, it's just going to zap the metal that you're trying to weld to. Clean it up, try again. Yep, I got you. I got some. It adhered a little bit, dude. Slow down. Slow it down. I moved it around a little bit to try and bridge it. That worked. Okay. I built it up, Cray. We built it up, dude. I got it, but yeah, it's not pretty, once again. I should have known about the voltage, dude, but it's okay. If you can, support it underneath. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that, Martin. Needs a bit less wire. All right, I turn the wire speed down to 2. I got it a little bit, but we did blow through just a smidge. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pull the thing to get the pool to cross and then stay there. I got it a little bit on the end, which is good. But yeah, that's a tough weld for an amateur. Okay, I turned down the wire speed just a little bit, but see if I can just. Hey, there we go. Like I said, it's booger welded to hell, but it ain't going nowhere. This side is going to be way harder. Okay, over here now. A coat hanger? Oh. Yeah. I could always take some of this scrap metal, some of the scrap metal from the trunk, we could just put it under there. Yeah, quick hit with the grinder, yeah. No, we got it, it's welded. I think I missed a tiny spot right there. I can probably just patch it up. Amperage down a little bit, Zig. Yeah, it was at, the voltage was at setting D and now we set it to B. So I definitely zapped this thing with way too much voltage. So we definitely turned it down. Like it was, it was definitely too much. Yep. The wire brushed exposed a couple of holes. All right, I gotta zap that up real quick. Plate of some sort to bridge it physically. All right, let me get a piece of good steel. So you guys are saying get in there and just put the piece underneath, right? This is 120-ing. All right, I got to do a couple zaps over there, and then we'll try to tackle this side, okay? Just a little bit more. You can see I'm just dragging it across. All right, that side is good. Now let's figure out over here. So fellas, is there an angle that I should hit this at? Should I try to get at it from the top, or should I try to get the pool to pool on one side and then pull it over? Like, how should we do that? 45 degrees? Okay. Now, what about the part where I pull? Should I try to pull the pool across? Or should I make the pool on one side and then push it across? Or is that completely wrong? Or do I suck? I mean, you know, the third option might be real. That might be what's going on, but. So, inside, forward. Work from the side of the rail up. So start over here and then build it that way. Okay. All right, I can do that. I'm going to adjust my light a little bit, dudes. Okay, here we go. Got it. We bridged it. Tried cursive ease. Yeah, I know you gotta go back, but I got it. That time what I did was I kind of pulled it back and I kind of went diagonally and did a Z. I said consummate Z's, consummate. I really improved upon your welding methods. I added some chiaroscuro shading. I said consummate V's. EJ, the Burninator. Yeah, when we say turning down the voltage, you need more voltage to get more pen through the weld. This is a very thin piece of steel, so a lot of voltage is just going to basically zap and ionize the frame rail. You'll blow through. You want it to pen, but you don't want to blow through. But you don't want to turn the voltage down so much that you're not penetrating at all. But since this is a butt weld, we don't necessarily have to worry about that, so we can get away with turning the voltage all the way down. So I went backwards that time, kind of went across. Yeah, I don't mind that. Good. Good. So I built up a lot up here, and then we're going to try to go this way with it now. All right. Hey! Hey! Not bad. I did it. Look. We got it. Look at that. I did the cursive E thing. I think I blew through a little bit over there. Yep, just a little bit, but that was good. I'm pretty happy with that. Definitely better. It looks better than some welds you've seen people do that have been doing it for 10 years. Wow. Yeah, little C's, exactly. C's, Z's, or E's. You have to take the gun and kind of go back and forth, right? You got to go back and forth. What I did that time was I did cursive E's backwards, pulling the thing towards me. There's a little bit left to bridge there. We can just tack this. Ready? Yeah, I ended up not doing that. I changed my mind. I just wanted to build it up even more. Now we just got to do a little bit at the very edge. Build up some weld there. Score. Nice. All right. Cool. Let's leave that spot where it is, and then we'll try to zap in here. I'm going to see if I can run a seam down this plate. Okay? The Wienermobile race is starting. Oh, wow. Okay. Can you show me where that knot is so I don't need to see that? We'll keep you updated. Please don't. You don't want to watch the Wienermobile race? No, you know what? I'm all right. I'm going to do this side first, so let me plan this. Okay. I lost sight of the weld. Ooh, that one's not good. That one's not as good as the other one. Slow down? Okay, will do. Yeah, it got a little boogery. I think, yeah, I didn't have time for the pool. I didn't make a pool, so I just pulled that. Right, XJ, is that what I did wrong? Little C's and push if you need more pen, okay? Moving too fast, ARJ? All right, all right, all right. I'll slow it down. We'll try to do this next bit right here, okay? I see the pool. Why did it build up over here? Was I going too slow? See, it built up? That's not what I want. I don't, like right there is what I want, but not that. Why did it do that? Poor sensor? Yeah, we might blow out this camera, which would suck, but. Turn down the wire speed. Moving too fast, much better, but yes. Camera can't be happy with that? Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, boys. I don't know what you want to hear. I could turn down the wire speed even more, guys. I'll just turn it down a smidge more and we'll go from there. I'll try to get this side, okay? Yeah, Creation, that's what I was thinking. I turned down the wire a little bit. I'm going to move the grounding strap over to the bracing. The reason why I want to do that is so I can get in here. So I'm going to try to do the same thing on this seam over here, okay? The Vivitar would be preferred, but not preferred. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should start doing that so we don't mess up our good camera. Okay, so I'm just going to practice run through this without my hand on it. So just, it's hard to do because the trunk of the car is like right here. So I can't really get my, I mean, if I have the mask on, I'd have to do something like that. Hang on, just moving around this a little bit. Would that be right? An auto darkening lens over the camera? Dude, I could probably hook that up. I have another welding helmet, I just don't think the auto darkener works. Just watch your puddle, okay? Okay, here we go. Nope, no good connection. Hold on. It pushed back on the reel. That didn't work. Where's my wire brush? Give me one moment, fellers. It's not a comfortable spot because there's a quarter panel in the way, dudes. Trying to go find my wire brush. There it is. Oh, did I actually find it quickly? Oh my goodness. Oh my gracious. Should be good enough. Joys of welding, it's never a comfortable spot. Yeah, I know. Okay, here we go, ready? I see the pull, I'm pulling it. Okay. Here, let me just angle the tripod where you guys can see it. I think I pulled a little too hard right there. See that? Yeah, Coltec, I think I started out okay for like maybe the first inch, and then my hand started to, I started to push up against the quarter, and I think I pulled a little too hard right there. And then I stopped, and then I pulled again, right? Am I looking at that correctly? These welds are 10,000 times better than the exhaust welds I last saw you do. All right. You know what, Mark? I'll take it, bro. All right. So, should we try to get that in there? See what I'm talking about? Try to get that seam, huh? Less boogers, closer to dimes. Yep. Hey, Paul. What's up, man? Early for you, brother. Jeez. Paul, check this out, dude. I'm really trying to practice technique today. Like, I'm not saying those are rolling dimes, dude, but it isn't the booger snot that we had last stream either. Start at the bottom and build up. Okay. I saw road closure at Boca for the 29th, I believe. Will you be heading down for this launch? Mark, tentatively it's net 27th, and no, my in-laws are in town, dude. Can't do it. I would love to, but count me out for this one. I'll be down for flight 10. Don't worry. Too much stuff going on in real life. You know what I mean? Like I don't want it to be that way. I'd love to go to every single one that I can, but yeah. Still got to fix that frigging bend right there. Hey, Roundabout, what's up, man? I got to think about how we're going to do this. Think about where I can get at a good shot. Sorry, guys, this shot's probably going to be backlit for all of you. Would it be cool if I put the neck, here, let me move the camera a little bit. Would it be cool if I put the neck of this thing up against this and then just wiggled it back and forth like that to get this thing to move around? And then just use that as a guide to work my way up? Glad to see another test flight. Yeah, Mark, I mean, yeah, you got me here this time, so that's should be fun. The tongue-in-cheek commentary is amazing. For what? The do I look like I know what a JPEG is? All right. Okay, let's do this. You guys watch the back, watch over here. With the camera the way it is, you can tell because of the way it is. I'm gonna move the strap over here. You should be able to see pen on the back, but since Yeah. No, we should be good here. This is a similar type of weld to what I just did. Okay, let me just. I'm just trying to get the muscle movements for going up with that weld like that. Okay. All right. I'll just yell if it goes sideways. You should be able to hear you. All right. All right, let's do it. Low rider chat. Let's go. I see the pool. I missed a little bit at the bottom. How's that? I felt my hand kind of slipping, that's why I stopped. Definitely penning all the way through, good sign. So why is penetration a good sign? Because that means you're introducing enough heat to really meld these two panels together. Where we want the arc to go through, you want to go through the metal, but you want it to get hot because that means you're melding it together, but you don't want to blow through it either. You have to find the balance, and that's what makes this kind of tricky. It is tough to get it right. It requires a lot of finesse. 10 out of 10. All right, man. Guys, like, I understand that my welds right now are not great, but I ain't, you guys know me. I ain't in the business of doing things crappy, like, I understand that these are crappy and it's because we're learning, but if I get good at this, I want to get good at it, Get good, idiot. Okay. All right, I'm moving you guys back over there. Just watch for pen again, okay? You want to look right here. I need the light over here so I can see what the hell I'm doing. But, I could get you guys a light too, so it's not like I only have one. Here, let me grab another one of the work lights. See the pen? Look at that. That's awesome. That's really good. That's real good. You can see the bead on the other side. That actually might even be a little bit too much, dudes. But I didn't get a good grasp down there, and that's why the thing gets really consistent here, but it's not really good down the bottom. All right. Let's do it again. I'll freaking do it again. I'll do it again. Your heat zone is a tad wide. Yeah. The heat zone, yeah, it is a little bit wide. Should I turn it down, dudes? Should I turn down the voltage a little bit? Wouldn't hurt? Yeah. My gut's telling me to just turn it down a smidge because that did put a lot of heat through. You don't want to blow through it. The welder will arc right through and it'll ionize that metal. It'll just zap right through it like re-entry heat. That's basically what we're doing. We're ionizing metal and basically ablating it to freaking other metal. That's basically what this is. I mean, it's not exactly ablation. It doesn't use it for cooling, but yeah, I turned it down just a little bit, like just a tiny, tiny bit. All right. Okay, round 2. Fight. Okay, here we go. I slipped. I slipped, damn it. That's that seems a little bit nicer, dudes, I think. Yeah, that's what you want it to look like. You want it to, not the bottom, but the top. All right, let's, ready? Oh, oh, I got a fresh inhale of freaking ozone. Yeah, mask was on, dude. See, guys, the reason why this one looks so good is because I was using the outside of the frame rail as my guide, so the welds are nice and straight. Here, let me show you from a different angle. Yeah, I'm going to open the garage door a little bit, okay? I'll turn the fan on. There we go. That'll pull the air out. The rest of the frame will crack before the weld's done. Are you moving fast enough? I can't tell, man. Something about that to me just still doesn't look exactly right. I mean, it's definitely better than what we were doing, but something about it doesn't, like I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's just a weird looking shape. But the stack is a little fat. Yeah? What should we do? Slow down the wire feed? Looks too hot and too fast a wire feed. All right. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm thinking. Let me just turn down the wire feed a little bit. Turn down the voltage a little bit more. You can move faster? All right. All right, well, I mean, we know that's good, and that weld is good. Like, I'm good with that. We gotta go and do the other side now, so I'm gonna switch up the lighting for you guys, and now we gotta go down the seam on the other side. Okay. Seam sealer will cover it up. Indeed. Okay. So I'm going to go in. We're going to start at the bottom. We'll work our way up just like we did. I just got to make sure I can see the damn thing in the helmet. I'm going to start with tacking the bottom. That's not bad. All right. Here we go, dudes. Let's do this. That's popcorned. My hand slipped. Did it pen? Yeah, it penned a little bit. Tactile squint and some sunglasses and you'll be fine. Okay, all right, let's go again. It's a little better, but I think I missed. This side, for whatever reason, is a little bit tougher to get at. I missed a spot. I gotta get back in there. Oh. Yeah, this weld missed. This one missed, damn it. That's okay. Can you guys see that? I can't really tell on the monitor. This one I started to go this way with. Okay, here we go, we're going again. This backing panel is not like flush up against this, so this is why this one isn't coming in very well. But I'm building up the weld to bridge that stupid gap. That's my own fault for not making sure that plate was flush before we plug welded it in. What is that, Kuro? Question? I missed the question, dude, because I was welding. But what Kurlani said is probably a good response. I trust her. Kurlani's all right. She knows what she's talking about. That was me bridging the gap again. This one's gonna come out booger welded, but that's because, once again, the backing plate is not flush up against this, so I have to like go back and forth with the welder to try and bridge it across like what we were doing over here. It's all right. Let's keep going. Well, the plate's flush up towards the top, so that actually didn't look too bad. It's a little bit of welding gore in there, but that's okay. There's some misses that I'm just gonna button up here real quick, dudes. Add a tiny bit more heat. Okay. Okay. I added a little bit more. That's good. Now I got to get down at the bottom here. I'm not as proud of that as the other one, but it's not going anywhere again. Okay, that's all the welding we got to do for this part right now. So I'm going to shut the welder off. We're going to close the gas. And I'm curious as to how much gas I have left. We're pretty much out of gas. No, that's the regulator. I have 15 bar left, so we used 5 bar pressure worth of gas. Do you have a gas flow meter? Yeah. Yeah, it's on the back of the welder. Is it worth it to save it? There, believe it or not, Newell, there's a table in the welder on the welding back that I probably should be looking at, but I don't know. Yeah, there are tables that are on the actual welder that you can look at. But yeah, this is fine. Okay, let's get the grounding strap off. I'm just hanging up all the stuff on the welder so it's not all over the floor. It's 80-20, Creation. Welding's fun. I like it. I think it's cool. I think it's cool that we're grafting a new frame rail on. I think that's super neat. Yeah, I think that's cool. Uphand is one of the more challenging types to do. Yeah, yeah, it really is. Welding flat is the easiest. Welding like up the side or down the side or across the, like that's yeah, that's tough. Nice to see that the car is taking on weight. Yeah, man. We're getting there. We're getting there, dudes. Calling the Coronet fat? Yeah. It's a freaking boat from the 60s. Of course it's fat. I'm sorry, baby. Sorry. You're right. You're just big paneled. Okay? It's just big paneled, chat. Yeah, the right-hand side came out a little bit better than the left, but the penetration shows that it's good enough. I got to work on that bend, though. I'm not happy with this. That needs to be a sharper bend. Let me get in here. Based on what you've seen with the car at this point, what do you predict will be the biggest challenge? I think we may have inadvertently bit off the hardest part first. Zeros, to be honest with you. The other hard parts would be the torsion bar cross member, but none of the other repairs involve seam welding, which I'm not very good at, as it seems. So because nothing else involves seam welding like this and everything else is just plug welds, I can do plug welds. Plug welds are fine. But yeah, this, because we need to graft this back on, right? Yeah. I honestly think the trunk is the hardest part. This actually has to go down. We got to hammer that down. So this side actually ended up being good. This is parallel with everything else. It's this one that's just a smidge high. How the hell are we gonna do that? I gotta get this edge down. This edge needs to go down probably about 1/8 of an inch. My finger is where that needs to go. Welds are all right. The prep work is key here, guys. Part of what made this weld on this side all screwed up is because we didn't bend this correctly. Kerrigan, I've been a professional welder and fabricator for 30 years. The only way to learn something is to do it. You're doing a fine job. Thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate it. I know this isn't, nothing to write home about, but it's not going anywhere either, Like, I'm not going to go post these on social media and be like, you look at my freaking welds. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'll get it, man. Like, I know what I need to do, if that makes any sense. Like, it's just making my hands do it, if that and that the only way to do it is like, well, how you said, man, you have to do it. You have to do it. So this flange has got to come down a little bit. You trust my welds? All right, man. Thanks, Rarest. Over in the tubes of YouTube's chat. Like, I plug welded the hell out of this thing. So, Kerrigan, I don't know how long you've been watching. There's 3 plug welds where my fingers are right there. And then there's 3 plug welds over here. And there's a backing plate behind this because I didn't trust my ability to seam. So I plug welded it on top of that. And then now we seamed it up pretty damn well. I don't think it's going anywhere. I'll turn this damn bus around on your precious little field trip pretty damn quick, huh? It's not going anywhere. Cool. Thanks, bro. I really want to get into fab. Like, I love this stuff. This is cool. Because I come from the 3D world, man. I can work the CAD system. You know, I could model this in real life, and it'd be, or not in real life. I can model this on the computer. But there's modeling it on the computer, and then there's actually freaking making the thing. So this flange needs to go down a little bit. We're gonna have to get at it with the hammer again. Let me get the hammer and dolly out, see if we can get that edge down. I'm just gonna put this here as support to make sure we're not bouncing around the damn frame rail. Got the hammer, I got the dolly, I got my flat stock. Okay, so how are we doing this? Actually, that's starting to get it to go, but I gotta put my hearing protection on. That's loud, dude. You welded it in and held. Thanks, man. Timber. Yeah. So this flange plate actually goes up a little bit. I have to get it to go down a little more. Let me show you what I mean. So if you look at it like this, see what I'm talking about? It needs to be flat. It needs to follow that. This one is actually flat despite my crappy bend. It lines up with the rest of the flanges on the leaf spring and everything over there. This one goes up a little bit. Come on, camera. There we go. See, so what I got to do, I'm putting a flat piece underneath here, and I'm hammering this down to get it to level out. Yeah, I got the wood up in the air, so I have a piece of flat stock, and I'm putting the flat stock basically level. Isn't doing it. Want to hand me that wrench, Jimbo? Now the bigger one, sledge. Still gotta go down more. Why you keep doing that? Stop it. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. Definitely making progress. Some bozo put some welds over there that's kind of messing it up. Why? Why? So hitting this thing down just kind of bowed that a little bit, but yeah, hitting this whole thing down made the metal kind of bend a little bit. That's all right. It's just a little bit of weld up there that we need to just zap out. Just go back and forth with the flap disc and get this right. Just trying to make sure that it's nice and flat. So a little bit of weld is going up a little bit higher, and it's creating a high spot right there. I'm just worried if we go to put the trunk back in that we're not, if this isn't like completely 100% flush, we're gonna have a little bit of a problem. All right, let me get the flap disc, and I'll see if I can just zap that down a little bit, try and get this nice and flat. Safety glasses, safety glasses. From where, excuse me, from where you guys are though, it don't look too bad. Okay, I got a flapper wheel here. Okay. Here we go, loud noises. So see how it, see what I'm talking about? I don't know if you guys can see what I'm seeing right there, but see how the flap wheel left one side kind of polished and the other side isn't. It's because that's the high point. I'm just getting rid of the high point, and the high point's happening because of some of the welds that I did. See now how it's getting at more of it? Now we know it's nice and flat. What I'm trying to do with the flapper wheel is get this to all be one concurrent thing, make it look like it's one piece, not like it's welded together. Because once again, this is where the trunk floor is going to, bolt or weld to this, so we need to make sure the edge is nice and flush. Almost got it. Got to stop. We're introducing too much heat. Yep. It's, I can confirm it's definitely hot. At the end of the day, it's function over form. Yeah, I just want to give this thing the best chance of success despite my talent, Xerax, right? So as long, I need this to all be nice and flat. It also needs to be flat for when the plate butts up against it because we have to weld it here and there. All right, I'll do the other side while that side's cooling off. Gotta go back and forth. Don't hold this thing in one spot or it's gonna get too hot. Like what just happened over there. Almost got all of it. Just go back to the other side. We almost got it. I'm happy with that. That's pretty damn flat. I still got a high point right there, but I can bend that. We can bend that back into position. Oh yeah, we got a lot of high point right there. Yeah. That's not going to work. I can still feel that damn high spot there, but I'm pretty damn confident that that's about as flat as it's gonna get. The welds that I built up against the backing plate right here are kind of holding this edge up in the air, and it's kind of uncool. But we did level the flanges, so. Let me get my flat piece. Yeah, like I said, there's still a little bit of a high spot there. I might be able to get at it with the grinding wheel. I'll do that again. We just gotta eliminate a high spot. We're like 2 or 3 millimeters too high. I'm gonna get a grinding or flap disc that has more meat on the bone. This one's running out. Or we could nuclear option this and hit it with the grinding wheel. Kind of about the grinding wheel life, dude. Ready? We got the wheel. Grinder instead. Well, that did it. Ain't no high spot there anymore. Yeah, maybe just a little bit more. Yep. I was just using the flap. Yeah, we could clean this with the flap. Yeah. Let me get over here real quick and just. That's good, man. Very good. Very good. Yeah, very happy with that. Let me roundabout. Let me get at it with the flap disc. Yeah, I just needed to take a lot of material off there, dude. This one. This. So remind me, chat. I need more flap wheels. I need more flap discs. I'm out. All of these are wasted. All right, now I'm just going to clean this up. Flappy burb, yep. It's pretty good. Just gotta, if I could just get at this bend a little bit more, then you wouldn't. Yeah, see right there. See how sharp that edge is, right there. That's where the weld. I pulled up the weld a little too high. But dudes, that came along. We should probably, yeah. just clean this up on the bottom when we get the wheel back in here, but. I have a high point over here again because the bend goes off. You can see where the paint still is. It's all right though. Now, while we're here, guys, we should probably get all of the frame rail. I need to coat the frame rail flanges and steel it so I can weld to them when we put the trunk pan back on. So we might as well just clean off all the scale while we're here. I'm gonna get the mask on for this, dude. The respirator. I don't need to breathe iron oxide. Vast posted about practicing their welds. Oh, really? Maybe someone from Vast watches the stream and goes, maybe he's like, oh, I want to teach him, but I don't want to teach him, you know. Here's how you weld. Put the corner of that weld with the grinder. Corner of which weld? Which one are we talking about, Hellfish? Now, here, I'll point at it and you say this one or this one. You talking about this guy right here? Other side. This guy right here. Yes, okay, cool. All right. Okay, give me 1 sec. All right. Nice. Dude, looking at it from this side, you'd never know. You'd never know that that's two pieces. The only thing that gives it away is this atrocity that's down there, but we won't talk about that. All right, so what I'll do now is I'll clean up the scale on the rest of this. We gotta get this down to bare metal, all the frame rail flanges, all the way into the car. And then we got to hit them with steel it so we can prep this thing. So, you know what? I have to get that trunk, the dang trunk cross member flange. I have to get that stupid thing out. Huh. Thinking. I might want to wait on doing that because I have to get that. Screw it. We can get it back here. Let's get this part done. Ready? There were two things going through my mind at this point. How the heck am I going to get all this damn rust out? And why is my welding glass helium instead of air? Huh? Sorry, what? Sorry, inner monologues.
You know, I might want to switch back to the grinding wheel because there's still some bits of trunk right there. So let me get the wheel back on here and we'll use that instead of the flapper. We'll use the flapper to clean it up later, which, as I understand, that's how you should be using this thing. The body is used to hide the welding. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, here we go. Oh boy. We found more rock. Uh-oh. Piscatios. I might be able to zap that up with the welder, but hold on. Yeah, we could zap that with the welder, not a problem. There's still enough meat there. Now I'm paranoid. Now I'm really looking for it. I don't want to. You don't want any more of that. That's no good. Time to practice more welding. Yep. The interesting thing is that there's rot. That must be just common because there's rot in that same spot on the other side, but it's way worse over there. Oh, came unplugged. Yeah, I got most of it, dudes. If not all. The rest of this is pretty good, in pretty good condition. Not bad. That's pretty good for what it is. Once again, I'm cleaning up this edge and I'm going to hit it with weld through primer. So when we go to put the trunk pan on it, it's like the final form of prep for this area, because this area is pretty good to go, dude. It's pretty good to go. So, just gonna... I'm just being very careful over that rot spot. I don't want to accidentally pull more. An acid bath would be nice, yeah. No kidding. Not bad, dude. Repair looks like it belongs, so that's pretty good. All right, now let's get at this thing with the flapper. You just can't handle the flapper. There we go. You're just mad because you can't handle the zapper. If we kick the door in, the rest should fall like a house of cards. Checkmate. All right, back with the flapper disc. So flapper disc is just going to finish this and make it look nice. Almost fell. All right, that's looking good, dudes. Let's, well, I gotta get the welder. I was going around that area because we have to get the welder out again. We have to get the welder out again to zap up those holes. What time is it? Are we making good time, dudes? Yeah, we are. You need a nice welder cart? Oh, I have one. Is that not what you're talking about? Ron, if you're talking about something different, you let me know. Make it sound like breaking out the welder was a task. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, it's not. All right. Let's see if we can patch up those damn holes. I found 2 holes in the frame rail flanges, boys and girls, right there. So what I'm going to do with the welder is just zap that in, just zap a pool around it, and then we'll hit it with the flap disc, smooth it out, and call it a day. Nice new welder. Some of us
learned with inferior equipment. Yeah. I have a flex welder that I used for a long time. I used a flex welder to make patch panels for the 59. I bought that when I got the shop, funded with contributions from the stream, mostly. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I worked for this shop, dude, like 10 years streaming, pretty much. From like 2012 to 2022, streaming 50, 60, 70 hours a week. Funded this whole operation, man. You guys did. This is your shop. Well, you know what I mean. Yep. Dude, I worked for it. I worked hard. I sacked my entire mid-20s. Like, well, actually, my entire 20s, dude. I did nothing but work. Did nothing but work. Parties, birthdays, missed all of that. I try to make more time for it now, you know. But yeah, it worked a lot, man. All right. Let's get going, dude. I mean, let's be real. I still work a lot, but, you know, it's doing stuff like this, which is fun. You wore this, you know, the suit. What this? I'm getting the grounding strap up in there. Should be good. All right. It was worth it, though. Oh, bro, I'd do it all again. Absolutely. Do it all again in a heartbeat, man. You know, everybody, oh, you're mid-20s, I'm going to find myself. You know, and if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. I guess I'm not judging, you know. I didn't need to do that, you know. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to work. Wanted to work, homie. Every single piece of equipment in this shop, save for maybe the toolbox and a couple of other things, I bought. This shop's mine, baby. Mine. All right. Let's flip the welder and the gas on. Actually, it's not that I didn't need to do that. It's that I couldn't afford to do that. That's probably a better way of putting that. When you're staring down 6 figures of student loan debt, you really don't have a choice. Okay. I'm going to talk it out with you guys. I'm going to talk through what I want to do. We got to be careful that we don't blow through this. This part of it is very thin, right? So I think I'm going to start here and then work my way forward. We'll start here and go
Discovery.
forward.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Reindeer. Prime sub, 41 months. Bezos books. I spent my 20s serving my country and drinking excessively. Nice. Reindeer, you like the car streams? I'm glad you like them, dude. It's all the stuff that we were doing in Kerbal, but in actual real life. Questions for Chad and EJ. When do we think they will use the Starlink loader box? It's got to be sometime this weekend, outdoorsman, unless they loaded up the dumb links in the inside of the high bay. Luca, you like the car streams too? I'm glad you guys like them. All right, ready to send it? Nope, it didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. I spattered against it. I can't get a good shot. I can't get a good angle of it. I'm gonna go in the trunk. And we'll get at it from there. That was a crappy angle on my part. I should know better. All right, I am in the trunk of the car. One thing I'm learning about welding is that you have to get comfortable. You don't get comfortable, it's not really gonna work too well. All right. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. The metal's thin, we blew right through it. Let's see, hold on. Not good, dudes. We're blowing through at the lowest, at super low voltage settings, which means there's not a lot of meat here. Turn your heat down. Dude, I'm at like almost the lowest voltage setting. I'll try to, yeah. Hang on. Did I turn the freaking gas on? Yeah, I did. All right, I'll turn down the voltage even more, gamer. We'll see what happens. We're at the low, like the lowest of the lowest settings that this welder can do. We are at the lowest of the low. Blew through it. That metal's too thin. I may have ground off too much. Crap. We might have to cut it and plate it. It's okay. It's good practice for the other one. All right, I'll just see if we can get at this a little better. Ready? Anywhere that welder touches, it blows through. Except for like right in the center there. You see that? Except for right there. Yeah. Well. Yeah, we gotta make a little strip of metal to patch it. Let's just see on this side if there's anything over here. When your welder is working like a plasma cutter, you got a problem. Yeah, it's all the way to here. I can feel it. All right, we gotta shut the welder off. There's no point in trying to weld this. It blew through. There's no, I mean, you guys tell me, is there a way I could have saved that, or is that metal way too thin? Don't yes me to death. Like if I was a professional welder with like 1,000 hours of experience on this thing, would there have been a way to do that, or would it have, is it inevitable? All right, let me just double check the gas. Gas is off, welder is off. Too thin? Yeah, all right, cool. I just want to be sure. Because if that was savable, that would have been nice, but nothing you can do with paper thin metal. Yeah. Yep. Well, it's the frames, the other frame rail is rotting in the same spot. My guess is that it's because of the leaf spring perch flange. The weld wasn't dressed right when they welded this piece in. You can see that spot weld. See, the leaf spring perch flange comes here, and then it's flat right there. This piece is flat, and it's spot welded to the side of the frame rail. My guess is that they didn't dress it right, and it trapped a bunch of crap in there.
Go at throttle up.
Whee! Poison! This is the downside of a unibody. Hey, it is what it is, dude. I knew what I was getting into, but yeah, you ain't wrong. That sucks. That sucks, dude. Can I say it's just this one skill issue? Take your banner. You ain't gonna get bad, and I'm just gonna call you an asshole for saying it. Asshole. Sorry, I'll time myself out. Worth it. aluminum or copper behind that weld would help. I don't know enough about welding to get any solid answer. I'm guessing even using a torch would have probably done the same thing. Stuff is just too thin. Cut a piece of scrap to fit under and weld. Do you have a caliper to measure thickness? Yes. Yeah, I just felt it with my hand, dude. It's too thin. I mean, fortunately, this is in an area that's already pretty well and strong. That's the other reason why I wanted to hit all this with a grinder, because I'm watching for stuff like that. You know. But yeah, we're good. Take a bit of scrap steel, put it underneath, and then build it up. Yeah. Well, like I said, I saved a lot of leftover trunk. The trunk isn't the right gauge steel, but I have a lot of extra metal that's left over from the trunk. That one, you know, if we hammer it flat, actually that one's kind of caca. Let's find a better one. I saved all the metal from the trunk that we cut out, because the trunk, believe it or not, despite looking like the Titanic, there was a good amount of metal that was decent. I was thinking, yeah, weld a new strip. That's probably a good idea. Interestingly enough, she's still strong out there, dude. A backing plate might do us right. So plug weld the backing plate to this and then just build up a lot of welding and grind it over. I wouldn't be against that, to be honest. Better to find it with it all apart, that's right. So like roundabout, that outside, the outside part of that flange is actually pretty good. This is actually quite strong. Interestingly enough, if it was rotted, I'd be able to just pull. Huh. Strange. All right, just find a small piece of steel. I'm sure I got it lying around somewhere. With the two rails, you could just leave it. Is Bondo a solution? Not structural, Curl. I wouldn't do that. You could always do a Bill Hines and lead fillet. I'm not skilled enough to do to lead braise something, Gamer Boy, but yeah, that would be pretty good. Do you have a long enough piece of metal to go with that? Go from where that clamp is at the top of the screen. Yeah. That's the grounding clamp. We don't need that. We ain't using the whale deal right now. We were, but not anymore. Kind of bummed that I wasted gas on that. All right. You could steel braze it too. I don't know how to do that, Tessa. I'm just thinking about how I want to go at this, dude. Yeah. put a piece under it and weld from the top and give it a back to absorb some of the heat. That's what everybody's saying, SVO. Yeah, we could do that. I'm just not sure how I'd hold the damn thing in there. Maybe the magnets are strong enough, the welding magnets. Sorry, the welding magnet, I left it on the ground and it sprayed a bunch of metal at the damn thing. All right, let me find a piece. I'm just going to try to find a clean piece of trunk pan that we could use. That one's a little pitted. I don't want that. Here we go. Nah, that one's no good. This one will work. This guy. Yeah, I just got to cut it. You still have a stick welder or an arc welder? I could use this thing for stick, but I'm telling you, it's a skill issue. But you're not listening. It's okay. It's fine. Just make sure before I do this that this will work. Oh, the magnet wants to. It wants to. I'm going to hammer this piece flat and we'll see if we can get it. Yeah. I'm just going to use the vise. Give me one sec, guys. Just watch the frame. Make sure it doesn't go anywhere, okay? You just pretend this part is... I don't have a good camera since the video camera broke for my vise. Just I'm using the flat part of the vise to... Just imagine this thing flattening out and, oh man, look at how awesome it is. Oh, EJ, that's so cool. Oh, wow, it's, look at that, that hammer is, okay. See, nice and flat now. Now I just got to cut it. Just got to cut it to size. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Because you can't, you won't, and you don't. Oh wait, you can't hum tunes anymore. You'll get claimed. For a good fill, you need to clean the underside, am I right? Yeah. This is more about a structural brace for the metal than anything, dude. So I just use my snips. This is more just about holding the stupid thing, holding that welding pool in place so it can bridge the gap. I mean, it'll probably end up holding the back of this panel in, and, you know, so be it, that's fine. But this, you gotta be careful, this is 24 gauge steel because this is trunk pan, it's not frame rail. So this way, I'm gonna grind this flat again. Actually, no, we won't. We'll just get the welder back. That piece should be long enough. Let me just clean it up a little bit. Yeah, that'll work. I don't know how I'm going to hold it in there, but... Yeah, Hellfish, just a little pinhole. That's where it's super rotted on the other side, so I can only imagine that that's, you know, that also may have been me going at this a little too hard with the grinding wheel. It's possible. But yeah, I'm trying to get the frame rails flanges uncovered so we can steel it and make it look nice. But here, look at the back part. It's pretty good, man. This was seam welded. We seam welded that. You wouldn't be able to tell, except for my crappy metal bends. But we'll get better with the metal brake over time. So, what we'll do? How are we gonna hold this? How are we gonna do that? Okay, I think I got an idea. Yeah, that'll do it. Tech, we might have to get under there and clean it. There is crap, but I have no idea how I'm going to do it. I have no idea how I'm going to do that. There is some caca in there. I can't get it flush. All right, this is half-assing it. Let's cut it out, cut the plate out. I'll plug weld, or I'll seam weld something new in there. Give me the snips. Maybe I just went too ham with the damn grinding wheel, dudes. Because that's that frame rail flange is superbly thin. But it's uniform. It looks like it was stamped that way, but you wouldn't stamp like half the frame rail out of 16 gauge. I think it's just worn down. I may have, but it's uniformly worn down, so that may have been on me for going too hard with that grinding wheel. Let me get the hammer. Let me get the hammer, dude. Guys, I think that was me. I think I blew through with the grinding wheel because I pushed too hard. Now that I'm really looking at this. It's okay. We fix. The rest of this is pretty strong. If it wasn't, I would be able to move it like that. I gotta get at the caca right here. Thank you for the bits, animal. And remember, with the little rusties, you never have to worry about it. That's right. Don't act like my brother. Don't act like my brother. Ka-chow. All right, I gotta zip that out with the grinding wheel, and we gotta put a new edge in there. Yeah. Any TIG equipment? No, I can TIG with the with the 180i. I just, guys, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Yeah, guys, I think I just went too hard with the wheel. Not really what you're supposed to use this for, but hey, whatever. Nope, didn't get it. I'm just trying to see if there's much structure left here. Just don't look at this part, okay? Hammer and dolly? No. Dolly and hammer. I know this is not the right way to use this tool. Just thought I'd let you know. All right, let's get the wheel. Let's get the cutting disc out. I gotta zip that off. Safety glasses. This is definitely like welding old exhaust pipe. Yeah. I don't like that angle. Ugh. I'm gonna get in here. That's much better. Cool. All right. I got most of it, if not all. I'm worried about it being too thin here. We'll put the welder on the lowest setting, and we'll see where it takes us. You know, this is 24 gauge, but the thickness here is pretty much 24 gauge. I don't know. I don't know if I should cut out the 16. Should cut out more 16 gauge and zap this to it, but where's the welding magnet? Oh, why is this all dirty, man? Sorry, I just gotta clean this off. This thing has crap all over it. It has metal shavings all over it. Nice and clean. Where did I just put the patching plate? Oh no. Where did I put it? It's gone. Chat, where'd you put it? Did I drop it? Oh, I got it. I put it down. So I just got a little tab of steel. It's not a lot, and it's honestly leftover trunk pan. And we'll try to zip it in. All right, welding time. Let's get it. Ah! Okay. I'm gonna turn that voltage down as much as it can go, dudes. All right, welder is on. Gas is on. We have repressurized. Stage 1 welding lines are pressing for flight. So let's get the grounding strap. Just make sure we still have gas. I didn't hear any gas come out. We're out of gas. Out. We're out for the day, dudes. Shit. Okay. I need to go get gas over the weekend. Well, that pretty much puts a damper on what we're doing. So let me close that up. Next time I'm getting a bigger tank. I'll just go rent a big old thing of gas. Well, that puts a scrub on today's welding activities. Eat here, get gas. Radar, I have a podcast show that I got to do in about an hour. You got to do the flame trench for a YouTube channel called NASA Spaceflight. I know you have a small tank, but you burn through gas a lot faster than you should be. Maybe my regulating pressure, the regulator pressure, I don't have it set right, which is that's most likely what's going on. If work was accomplished, it isn't a scrub. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get a bigger tank. What tank size should I be getting, guys? I know you want to get like the big pressure vessel, the one that's like this tall. What is that called? So I don't look like a complete clown when I go into the welding place, just a little bit. $40 to $80, all of it. $80 CF, 80 cubic feet. Okay. Get two, one for backup. Yeah, we can buy two, fit two in the truck, no problem. Is it okay to carry pressure vessels on their side? Actually, yeah, I mean, I would assume no, but like, can I lay them down in the truck? Yeah, yeah, all right, cool. Cool, all right, just wanted to be sure. You'd have the cage over the valve. Well, yeah, absolutely. Yes, just secure it. All right, cool. I got plenty of ratchet straps. I'm not worried. All right, well, we can't do that right now. So what I'll do is, because we got a lot of bare metal, I'll just do what I was going to do, and we'll steel it. We'll just hit it with steel it for now. Guys, I'm just going to move the camera a little ways back. Let me move my cutoff wheel. I also need flap discs. We need flap discs next week. I mean, the next car streams, guys, are probably, I don't know, Wednesday? Next Wednesday or next Thursday. We got to remember, we got a Starship launch on the books. If Starship scrubs or whatever, we'll do auto streams. But yeah, if not, well, whoop. It's either gas or wire every time. Yep. All right. Let me get the respirator on. We'll hit the tops of these frame rails with steel it. It's weld through primer, guys.
Just out of acetylene, you're good to set it on its side without worry. Yeah, you just wanted to be sure. Load on a pressure vessel do be like that, in fact. Okay. Well, there we go. We've almost got this thing shored up, dudes. We're pretty close. Just got to do that patch right there. We got to get the frame rail ears and then get that flange, and then we are good. And this thing is set. Set to jet, baby. Awesome. Awesome, awesome engine.
That steel it has, I will say it once, I'll say it again, man. This thing has no business smelling this good. It smells awesome. It smells like candy. It's bull crap. You spray the nozzle upside down, you clean it, clean the tip. You don't want paint drying inside of the nozzle because then it'll clog. And then the next time you're not going to get a nice uniform spray. It smells like candy. It smells like candy apple. That's bull crap. Some bull crap. Yeah, it's coming out good, man. I'm very happy with today's progress, particularly with the frame rail, that rail extension that we did. This is money. That's really nice. We're probably going to need to hammer out those bends again just to be sure. Like, I really need to get it curved like that. But they're more or less level. We're going to need to, I got to fix this. There needs to be a flange right here. Got to put a flange there. We got to fix that little patch right there. And then we need another flange piece right here and another flange piece here. I could just plate it all the way across. I wouldn't be against doing that. Haven't been watching consistently, but I can say you're making healthy progress. Thanks, man. Honestly, for me, Fish, getting that to look like one piece on both sides is really, that was a big W for me, personally. Yeah, that was a big W. But we still gotta go down in there. I still gotta go down in there. We gotta do the underside, but we need more gas before we do that. Making me miss doing things with your hands. That's really why I wanted to learn all this, because I know the theoreticals of it, Fish, but I've never, like, dude, I could tell you what you need to do to fix this thing. I just don't know how to do it. Well, now we're learning how to do it. So your boy's getting dangerous. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're still dangerous, but you can be my weld man anytime. Bull crap, you can be my weld man. Kind of bumming that I zapped the frame rail a little too hard, but that's okay. It's okay. WD-40 smells weird, but tack smells like grape soda, right? What is this, XJ?
Welcome back to the Big Tech Rock.
Oh, this dude. Yeah, this guy. You giving me some homework? Is that what you're doing right now? Giving me some homework? Man, I wish I had hair like that dude. But he's still rocking the 2005 Spike. What do you think? Think I could have hair like that? It would look awesome. No, seriously, this guy's an insanely good fabricator. I forget his name, though. He's really good. He does some awesome work on suspension for trucks.
That painted material. We're also going to look at things like coverage, so how much paint actually comes out of the
Me and Johnson, yeah.
And the thickness of the paint that gets laid down. But, as always inside the garage, before we start any project, we're going to grab a cup of coffee.
Yeah, he's all right. We like him. Yeah, he's good. I don't want to be rude, but I don't think that's in the cards. Oh, yeah? Did you, you didn't pick up on the sarcasm there? It'd look like Don King with hair like that. I'm kind of... All right, so watch and make your own determination. In the end, cheap paint is just as good. Yeah, Power Nation's off-road show. Yeah, that's right, dude. Anyway. Yeah. We zapped that up pretty good, man. Not bad, dudes. Not bad at all. Now I'm thinking of if we can do anything else without the MIG. Am I going to stream on Monday? I should be here, Jens. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, my in-laws are here, so yeah, the in-laws are in town, so I do want to spend some time with them, which is why I'm probably not going to do after hours tonight. Stacey Davis is a good fabricator. Yeah, Gears is good. Yeah. I watched all of them, Rarest. I watch everything. That's where I learned all the concepts for all this stuff. But like, two things, dude. I want to be very clear. Like, this is I really truly think this is the hardest part. I mean, there's a lot of still unknowns with the rest of the car, but I think this is actually some of the tougher stuff to tackle because I don't have a patch panel. I'm not buying new frame rails. We're not doing that. I got to patch it. We're going to patch the hell out of it. I think I actually started inadvertently by tackling the trunk. I started with the toughest thing to do. Like this, that is difficult. That's a high difficulty setting for a novice like me. But we did it. We powered through. The real fun part is going to be tackling this freaking thing. I'm getting a new leaf spring perch. There's too much. There's too much gone. Too much is gone here. I'm gonna cut the perch out, and we'll grind the backside of this frame rail smooth, and then cut out and repair all this stuff. Very similar to what we're doing over there. But yeah, look at the difference. That's kind of what we started with. Yeah, I've decided instead of trying to repair that we're just going to cut that leaf spring perch out. Just cut it out. Yeah. It's kind of good. It's fine up there. It's just this back plate that's totally boned. But I'll cut it out. We'll buy another one. Call it a day. Then I basically need to zip off the entirety of that frame rail. I got to cut this whole wall out, and we got to make new ones of that. Got to make a new frame rail thing, or try to save that one. I basically have to zip the frame rail out all the way to here. The other thing is we could just plate it and sleeve it. That part is not, we could cut out all the rust, plate the thing on the back, and go. But I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Like I said, I think that these are the hardest parts. This is inadvertently, this is the toughest part. The rest of this in the car, the rest of it is just replacing just replacing panels, It's all just what you've been doing, just one step at a time. We'll get there and don't rush. Yep. Yeah, you don't want to go fast for these parts, right? You don't want to do that. You started this project on hard mode, which will cause you to practice and increase your skill level, making the rest of the work go smoother. Yeah, there's that too. Yep. Fellas, I'm past being deterred. We know what needs to be done, just one step at a time, homie. I got deterred when we first took it apart. Like that stream where we got the trunk panel out and I saw the inside of the frame rails, I was like, but we'll get it, dude. We'll get it. It's okay. This kind of makes doing the differential swap and upgrading the suspension seem easy. That was a joke compared to this, Ernock. But then again, it's kind of a different kind of thing, you know? It's not like you need to drive it on Monday either. Yep, yep. Then we started welding. So anyway, I started welding. And everything was right with the world. But yeah, honestly, dudes, this is the toughest part. This is the hardest. That's the hardest part. There are going to be parts on the rest of this car that is difficult. But like the rockers, that's going to suck. That's not going to be nearly as fun. But with the rockers, you don't have to make new parts because they make those. Like, I mean, to be fair, they make frame rails too. But I think these frame rails are repairable. I mean, everything is repairable. You know, if it was a shop, we probably would have cut that left frame rail out. But then again, you need a jig to get it done right, and I don't want to screw with that too much. So we'll repair it. I'll get a new leaf spring perch. I'll buy the parts tonight. We got to do that patch on the frame rail flange on the right hand side, and then I got to make the tabs for the back so we can actually go and mount this cross member. Like, we can actually go and mount this thing. This thing is here. Let me show you. Now we have a little bit of material to build to actually like put this up against. This is supposed to go right here. It's supposed to go right there. And then there's supposed to be tabs that go over. So we should weld some tabs that clamp onto this. Just zap in a little bit, just make two little tabs that go over the rail. That needs to happen right there too. And then obviously we need the frame rail ears to get this all flush, but that's what it should look like. I have to make sure that the back side of this has too much material, which is why it's not like really fitting correctly. But that's the idea. You get a new one? I got a new rear cross member. Yeah, the old cross member. So Jens, you see this piece right here that's in my hand? It goes all the way across. See how wide it is? It goes all the way across the whole side of the car. You want to see what the old one is? Attached to the back of the car, down there. See that hole? That's what's left of the old one. When I pulled it out, it immediately ripped in half there and ripped in half there. There was nothing left. That's what's left of the old one, dude. It's still attached. I'm using that so so this can help place this a little bit later when we go to put the back of the car back on. But that's what this should look like. That's what it does look like down there. Can you see that okay? Yeah. To be fair, I did do a lot of research on the Camaro. I did do a lot of research to make doing the work on the Camaro as seamless as possible. Yeah, you did good, but this is, honestly, this is different. This is a different thing. Like metalwork and fab is different than, you know, just swapping out parts. You know, we swapped out a kit and somebody already did all the math for you. You have to do the math here. It's a little different beast, but yeah, this is definitely more difficult. But yeah, you did make it easier. Sarah, there's some car in your rust? Yep. Yep, there is. And then once we get the frame rail, the rear cross member and everything all honky-dory, right? And once we get that all honky-dory, we put the trunk pan in, and then we have to start fixing the rear fascia plate. That is gone in some areas, but we'll get at it. Diving into the world of built versus bought. Yeah, that's right, bro. Not so fun. How do you think it looked, dude? I really tried to up my welding game. It's still popcorny as hell, but it definitely came out a little bit better. And then grinder and paint makes the welder I ain't, man. Yeah, this is tough, dude. It's tough, but we'll get through. Like I said, this is the hardest part. This is the hardest part of the car. This is going to be the most difficult part to do because we have to make it. We can't buy stamping. You can. I could buy stamping for 2 new rear frame rails. That's another $1,000 down the drain. I'll just figure out how to do it. It's good content. It's on there. That's what counts. I'm like hour 40 at TIG welding this week. I know the pain. Yuck. I swept up most of the rear cross member. That is correct, yes. Yep, we swept up most of it. Some of it's still on the ground there. But yeah, I'm happy I went over this with a grinding wheel because most of this is good metal. We only found a little surprise right there, and I honestly think that's on me. That's on me for doing that. I think I just ground down too much of the metal. It is what it be, so it do, bros. What's your timeline goals? Dean, I really need to get this car drivable by the end of the summer. I want it drivable by the end of the summer, man. I want to drivable by the end of the summer because I do not want to store the 59 outside during the winter. I'm not doing that. MSC in real life. That's right, dude. Yeah. If we could get this all buttoned up by the start of summer, I mean, technically that's Memorial Day. Technically that's on Monday. But I don't know. If we can get this all buttoned up sometime in the middle of July, fixing the rest of this shouldn't be too hard. Like I said, I started at the back, right? Because I was like, there's no structure back there. We need to rebuild the structure back there. So when we do the middle of the car, we have structure on the front of the car and the back of the car, right? That's why I started over there. What I didn't realize is that's the most. This is the worst part. This is the worst part of the car by a long shot. That's a reasonable goal. 2 days. I mean, if I had nothing else to do this weekend and we sat here with a full tank of welding gas, I could probably get it done. Yeah. So far? No, not so far. I mean, Hellfish, yeah, there is some parts that are going to be difficult to do. It's going to be difficult to do the rockers. I don't think it'll be this difficult, though, dude. I really don't. I meant end of summer is a good goal. Yeah, I know. You were talking about 2 days to Memorial Day. I got you. Yeah, man. This part is going to be that's going to be tough. It's going to be tough fixing this. The solution might be to just cut everything out. But a lot of that's rusty in there is the outer rocker. So I'm not too worried about it. Like, it's a job, no doubt. It's definitely involved. We can get it. I'm not worried. It's also doing this is going to suck. Yeah, we're going to need to get patch quarters, and we're basically going to need to trace the profile of the door line here, right? With a patch, but they only make quarter panels for 2-door cars, so we're going to have to cut into a 2-door panel. I'm thinking we could, if we cut this out right here, we section this, we replace the back part first, or cut it down the center. We can replace the back part of this and get that all squared away, and then use what's left of the quarter panel to get the right profile here to get down to the rocker. So we're going to need 2 rear quarters on either side, and yeah, then we'll go from there. The other thing that we'll do with the rear quarter is I want to cut a hole in the door and then put the vents, the scoops from the 2-door. I want to put it in the door there. I think that would be cool. I think it would look neat. So we'll probably do that. Is there a junkyard near that might have those sections that you can go cut out? In the Northeast, man? I'm not sure. Dude, most of the old car junkyards around here are long gone. I used to know of one out in Blackstone, in central, well, not central, it's central-ish Mass. I used to know a place out there that had a bunch of classic cars, but the environmental people basically don't want classic car junkyards up here. The hardest bit will be that rear quarter profile inside of the door. Yeah, we're gonna have to make that, so that's gonna be difficult. I don't think it'll be as difficult as that, but yeah, once we get dude, if we get past the rockers, we got to do the front cross member. We got to do the torsion bar cross member. Or we could, yeah, I would just replace the whole thing. I was going to say we could cut up a new one and use it to replace the parts, but probably be better to just weld the whole damn thing back in. We need driver and passenger side foot welds. They make patches for those. You don't need to buy the whole pan, but I might do it. But then again, they make like, so the whole pan is basically the driver's seat and the passenger seat. The whole pan covers basically that whole area. They make side pans. Like you could buy the one big floor pan as one piece. You could do that. And somehow try to get it in there. Or you can buy the halves. And as long as the transmission tunnel is fine, you can lay the halves in and then graft them into place. That's a lot of seam welding doing that. That's a lot, but you know. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, if we bought the whole pan as an assembly, that would be preferable. But the thing about that is, dudes, is that how are we getting it in there? How are you getting it in? We cannot get a pan that big in there. Like there's no way to get that in without cutting the B-pillar up. And I'm not doing that. The B-pillar is a part of this car that's actually okay. It's actually intact. Yeah, buying the pan sides probably is the right move. It's just going to be a lot of seam welding. But yeah, it's going to be how we're going to have to do it. Let me see something here real quick. Just real quick. Yeah. So there are structural pieces of metal that go on, that kind of tee off the rocker right here. They're kind of L-shaped like this. They hang off the side of the inner rocker. And it's like a structural piece that only goes like a certain way under there. That's for the seat mounts. So my seat mount perches are actually okay. They're not bad. They're actually intact, believe it or not, which is good. That makes it so when we go to put, if we put a side pan in here, right? When we go to put it in, we'll have something for it to pick up on. The side pan also rests on the top of the rocker, top of the inner rocker. So the top of the inner rocker on this car, so the inner rocker is kind of like this. It's kind of shaped like a C, and then the outer rocker is kind of shaped like a C, and at the ends they have pinch welds where it was spot welded together. So there's like a little flange that comes off the top on either side. So it makes two C's, and when you put them together, it makes a frame rail, right? On the top sill here, those L pieces kind of hang off of the sill like this. The top of the seat mount is kind of bent over like that, and it hangs on the sill, and so does the floor pan. You can make a flawless robot hand with Meta's EMG wristband if you got a Tesla Optimus hand and hooked it up. I don't think I have the cash to do that, Dig. I mean, cut the roof and re-weld that or weld the floor seam. I don't know about cutting the roof, dude. That's, that could be problematic. Might be hard to do, man. But yeah, that's, go through the trunk. There ain't enough space, dude. Gamer, there's the trunk cross member. I'll show you. I'll just show you. Let me flip the camera. Can you see the cross member, the two crossbars? We can't go in this way. Yeah, the wheel tubs are in the way too. Remember, that floor pan is as wide as the entire car. We're gonna have to do it in segments, which is fine. Just seam weld it, grind it down. As long as it's held, seam seal the hell out of it when we're done. But it starts with building out the back. And then, believe it or not, guys, like the front cowl and everything from the firewall forward, there's no rust. There might be some like behind the dash and stuff, just a little bit. Nothing is apparent from the outside. I checked in the front wheel wells, they're pretty clean. There's a couple of holes, pinholes on, like I went after it with the hammer, like in front of the door. There's a couple of pinholes, but for the most part, there's a couple of pinholes like right here, but for the most part it's fine. They make patches for the lower quarters up there. It'll look like every beetle on the planet with pieced together floor. Digital, I'll be 100% with you. I don't really care how the floor looks. As long as it's strong, just like the trunk, I don't care. I just want a solid shell to start with. That's more or less a stock akin, right? Like, I mean, we have a frame rail patch, huge frame rail patch on the back, but yeah, that's it, man. That's really it. It's just, I just want it to look good. Like, or I don't want it to look good, especially with the floor, because I'm covering up the floor. I'm covering it up. I'm putting a carpet back in this thing. You know, we're gonna patch that floor, do the transmission or do the torsion bar cross member. We're gonna patch the floor, seam seal the hell out of it so it's tight, so it's watertight. And then I'm putting sound deadening over it, and I'm putting a carpet over it eventually. So don't worry about it. What year is it? It's a 69. I think the halves are the right way to go. The trans tunnel is fine. You know what sucks, Hellfish? Like, dude, the pan, the main pan, right? So you have main pan, and then you have footwells, right? And then you have the rear pan, and then the trunk pan after that. The main pan is okay. Most of it is all right, which sucks. Most of it is okay. It's just up at the front. We saw the fiasco that's going on up there. We actually never went through and ground off all these rivets up here, so I don't really know too well off the top of my head the extent of the damage. Should probably do that. We'll do that when the trunk's done. Yeah, it's definitely patchy up in here. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely patchy. But yeah, I'm thinking pan halves would be the right way to go, because this, yeah, pan halves is probably the right move. But the seat perches are okay, which is good. Seat perches are fine. Yeah, not bad. We're gonna need new seat belts, and we need a new headliner, and a carpet. Once we get all that, though, the interior shouldn't look too bad. The door cards are fine on all 4 doors, which is pretty sick. You know, door cards are mint. I might need new hinges for the driver's front door, but they're the hinges on the driver's and passenger doors are the same as a coupe, so it's just the length of the door. You will get into flow of the seam welds and it will go quickly. Yep. I mean, yeah, actually the other thing is that, you know, you just do an inch of seam every couple of inches, right? You don't need to zip the whole damn thing in. You could, right? Just WD-40 that hinge. Yep. Same year as the moon landing. That's right, Bob. The vinyl was removed before the roof became a problem. I have no idea when the vinyl top came off of this car. I have no clue. But yeah, I would really like to get the trunk and everything good, the rockers good, and the floor good by the end of the summer. We're making good progress. It's just that, like I said, that's the hardest part, because we have to make the stuff. You know, everything else we should be able to buy. The only difficult parts is going to be getting part of this door jamb figured out again. But it is what it is. It's not a problem. Not a problem at all. Yeah, we got to get the rockers. We might have to cut up new rockers to do this right, but that's okay. It's all right. Most of that door jamb is fine. And then the other one, I think, is, for the most part, good to go. Yep, the door jamb on this side is okay. It's just got a couple of pinholes. Yeah, making that bend is going to be a little challenging, but that's okay. What do you guys think? Should we still do that vinyl top? We messed with this car in beam the other day, and it looked pretty rad. It looked pretty good with a vinyl top in sky blue or medium blue. It looked pretty sick. I was definitely kind of feeling it. No vinyl? Dude, you guys got to see it. I made this car in beam. There's a mod for 69 Cornets. I made it in beam. Dude, it looks good. Like, that's what pissed me off, because I hate the fact that I like the vinyl top, because I hate vinyl tops. But I should have taken a screenshot. Check out yesterday's VOD, dudes. It does look pretty sick. Or we could just fog the roof black. Whatever. Yeah, we could just fog it black. Paint it matte black, call it a day. Or we could bed line the roof. Get that texture. Just bed line the freaking roof. I don't know if that would look good or not. Use the 3M vinyl wrap. No rust, no fuss. Where's your Cletus racing hat? It's over there. Remove the roof. Vinyl tops do not hold up to the elements very well, and the car will be stored outside. But I do have a car cover, but the car cover is a little ripped up. But yeah. What if the roof had a satin black finish? That's what I'm thinking. We could just fog the roof black, sand it and fog it black. Or, yeah, or just paint the whole freaking car. Just paint the whole car blue again, you know? Just use shrink wrap. Works just like a car cover. Shrink wrap? Starshield heat tiles pattern on the roof. Shut up. Oh, shut up. There's so much fiberglass in the freaking rocker. Oh my God. Oh no. There's so much fiberglass in there. Hold on. Hold on a sec. Let me. Oh my God. Hey, inner rocker looks pretty good, man. It is a little rusty over here, but the inner rocker is, for the most part, just a straight piece of metal. We should be able to fix that. The outer rocker definitely needs help. The outer rocker is not happy. Definitely in this area, it's not happy. Oh, that's not good. I'm not happy. Oh no. I'll just look up in here. Yeah, it's rusty, but it's, you know, it's here. It's a little rusty, but it's there. It exists. Using a paint roller on the roof would give it texture. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah, I wouldn't be just standing around, dudes, just in case anybody's popping in. I wouldn't be just standing around here. I ran out of welding gas, so we're just kind of chilling. But here, let me show you. This is what we got done today. We got that piece all zipped in. We got it all nice and flat. A white vinyl top with the blue would look nice. Dude, we looked at it in Beam yesterday. Is the rear door jamb the same as a two-door? Not here, no. If anything, the rear door jamb would be similar to the two-door right here, if anything. No, it's not. The B-pillar jamb on both sides is good, though. It's good to go, which is very nice. But yeah, when we do these rockers, dudes, we're going to have to take the door off because I have to put the new rocker in, we have to drill the spot welds. To do the new rocker, we have to drill the spot welds on the B-pillar and then pull the rocker down and off the car. So that's going to be involved. But once again, that's just plug welding and stuff. We don't need to seam weld anything there. That's what I mean. Like, this is the toughest part, you know, replacing stuff. But dinner space news soon. Yeah, we got flame trench coming up, guys. We'll go for another 10 minutes here talking about the car and what we need to do. Yeah, go for it. We'll go for another 10 minutes and then yeah, we'll go for another 10 minutes and then then I'll go grab food and get ready for Flame Trench, podcast that I do on for NASA spaceflight. We're talking about space. It's pretty good. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do for after hours, though, guys. The reason why is that my in-laws are here, and I'm about to have a really busy weekend. I'm not sure there's going to be racing tonight. Actually, I already told Max there's going to be no racing tonight. We might do something else. I don't know. The wedding is this weekend, so yeah. After Flame Trench, I think I might have to just call it until Monday. You know? Oh, my hat! Oh, my hat! Oh, my hat! Oh, my hat! I thank God that Starship didn't fall on the day of the freaking wedding, dude. Yeah. I'm, like, really happy that didn't happen. You know? That would have sucked. I forgot to invite you. It's not my wedding, dude. If it was my wedding, I would have invited you. But yeah. Slow and steady, guys. Slow and steady. We'll get it. We'll get it. We're already making good progress for not knowing what the hell we're doing. But you guys have been super helpful. Yeah, superbly helpful. Thank you. You know what, dudes? I'm kind of thinking like the rest of this is going to be pretty involved. That's going to be hard to fix. For me. Like, it's just the fabrication of parts that don't exist. That's what's going to suck. But what we'll do is we'll cut out as much as we need to, replace the parts that can be replaced, and then figure out what we need to make after. We got to do the sides of the floors, get new floors in this freaking thing. Yeah, to do the rocker and stuff, we got to take the doors off. At least the back door. Maybe not the front door. But yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. Getting the rocker off the spot weld. It's just a bunch of spot welds here, two there in the back. There's a little bit of scale on the door happening at the bottom of the jamb, but that's okay. The doors are fine, thank God. If the doors were bad, I'd be like, yo, let's cut this out and put 2 doors in it. And then, dudes, once the shell is good, once we're back in solid, then we can start having some fun with this thing, you know? It's just finicky detail work, it's not hard. Yep. If the doors are bad, weld them shut and do it Dukes of Hazzard style. I've thought about cutting the roof off of this thing. I've thought about it. Thought about cutting the roof off and yeah, that's really where that ends. I've thought about cutting the roof off and giving it 2 doors. I thought about it, but I don't know if it's a good idea. I think that is beyond my skill level right now. Because basically from about here forward, it's the exact same car, same exact car. From here backwards, that's when stuff starts changing, like, you know, having another door, having the B-pillar. There's no B-pillar on a coupe. The floor, rear pans, or the floor, footwells, rear pan, trunk extensions, that's all the same. The quarter panels, believe it or not, are the same, but the roof is where stuff starts getting different. The roof is where stuff gets complicated. The C-pillar is a structural pillar. You'll see it when we have the quarter panel off that goes up here and connects into the roof structure. The C-pillar on a 4-door is different than a 2-door. The 2-door one goes this way. It kind of goes at like a 60-degree angle this way, all right? The 4-door one goes at a 45-degree angle. The reason why is so you have room for a rear door right here. So we would basically have to cut the roof probably like right here or wherever the C-pillar attachment piece is. Cut it right there. We'd need a new C-pillar. We would need a new rear roof skin. I'd probably just take the entire roof skin off at that point. New C-pillar, You need new rear glass. You take the door out, get the B-pillar out, put the parcel shelf in, put the rear door jamb in, not the parcel shelf, the regulator panel, and then a new rear quarter on top of that, and that's pretty much it. That's it. That's what the seats are. Believe it or not, the seats are the same between a 4-door and a 2-door. Same rear seat. Who knew? Just make your own car from scratch. We believe in you. No, this project is called the Crew Cab Charger, dudes. That's what we need to do. I'm not doing that because I'll be honest with you. I know what you need to do, but I don't know how to do any of that. That in 4 doors is different. It's just something different. It makes no difference nowadays, man. Back in the day, 2 doors versus 4 doors made a difference because motors made like 200 horsepower. The 2-door is the lightest one. Guess what? If we put a supercharged Hemi in the front, it doesn't matter if it has 4 doors. It doesn't matter if it has 2. That don't matter. It don't matter if it's a station wagon. You put something with 500 horsepower out of the hood, it'll go just as fast. 3D print the panels, content. I don't have a metal printer, dude. Ship 35 never static fired, just a spin prime all along. It's getting its FTS installed, I'm pretty sure, right this moment. Have you tried any of Moldy Space Kerbal's abominations? No, no. Put a Hellcat in a minivan. Right, start a new tangent into metal 3D printers. Baby steps, dude. Let's hand fabricate it first. Baby steps, man. Yeah, baby steps. We'll get it. Yep. We just got to take it one step at a time. So, what are we gonna expect from this next week? Well, what we have to do is we have to get the flanges on there. The frame rail, not the frame rail flange, the ears. I have to put in a frame rail ear right here. Actually, what we got to do first is we got to grind this down to get it so it's perfectly square, right? Because it's a little crooked, but that's okay. Like this side is a little further back than that side because I welded it in a little wrong. That's on me. So we got to grind down a little bit, make sure this is nice and flush. We got to put a tab right here, and then we got to put a tab right here. I was thinking we could grind out another 1/16 of an inch and just plate the damn thing. Right? You just plate it, and then we need 2 tabs on here, right? So this needs to go a little bit further, like basically where my fingernail is on both sides. And then the cross member will rest up in there, and then we could plug weld either side. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll work. I'll watch when I can. We're flying out to see nephew's graduation in northern Michigan. Pedosky, Brimo County. Please don't do it into something like an El Camino. No. We're not doing that. Anyway, guys, it's 4:30. All right, that's going to do it for part 18 of the Crew Cab Charger. That's going to do it for part 18. We made good progress today. And, you know, as I get better at welding, we'll make more. We'll get it done. Yep. We just got to get those ears on the sides, get that plate figured out, and yeah, then we got to go do it to the other frame rail. But I'll take the W once that frame rail. I'll take my W once that frame rail is good to go. Are you ready for flame trench? Oh no. I think I'm just gonna get back to work, Ryan. You know, I'm just gonna go sit in my car. I don't feel like doing it today. You know, just gonna get in my car. I ripped my pants on the damn pinch weld. This is your fault, Ryan. This is your fault. These are new pants, man. I'll just be here. Don't mind me. Old. Okay, I'm good. Do flame trench from the car? How is that my fault? Well, if you didn't say anything, then I would have done it. Then I wouldn't have done it. I would show you the tear in the back of my pants, but I mean, maybe somebody out there wants to see like back there, but actually, yeah, it ain't too bad. Hey, my eyes are up here, chat. Yeah, it's no problem. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, I'm ready, dude. I'm gonna go grab something to eat and then we'll go. If you were in South Texas, you would have gotten rid of that jacket way back in March. I was looking up there. Damn. It all started because I ripped my pants. All right, I gotta go get ready for Flame Trench. I'll see you guys. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for Flame Trench. On the YouTube side of things, I'm gonna shut the VOD, I'm gonna shut the live stream off because I don't like double streaming it. Go check it out on the NASA Spaceflight channel, The Flame Trench, where we talk about, well, we're gonna be talking about flame trenches for Starship. It's good. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned. We'll be live in about 25 minutes.